We're doing things a little bit differently today, as you can imagine. We here at the Preston and Steve Show have decided to forego any regular formatics that we would present to you on a daily basis, and today is all about you and our dear friend Pierre Robert. So it's gonna sound different today.
Yeah,
on the program.
Yeah, absolutely.
We plan on opening things up and allowing everybody to share stories and memories and thoughts about our dear, beloved friend. So we're also going to have some guests on the program today. We're going to play, like you hear, this background music that Pierre would play regularly.
He loved it.
He just absolutely loved it. The one thing we are going to do is give you a news report. So we're going to get into that right now. Here we go. It's not working, Casey. Sorry about that. All right, so let me try this real quick.
And now, Preston and Steve's news update.
All right, today is Thursday, October 30th, and of course, Pierre Robert, the voice of Philadelphia rock radio for 44 years, had died yesterday. I am going to present this from an article that was written by Rolling Stone magazine about Pierre Robert.
Rolling Stone.
This would be such an honor if Pierre knew that Rolling Stone had written this tribute to him. So I'm going to read this to you as our news report this morning. Pierre was 70 years old. On the air from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. every Monday through Friday, Robert was part of the fabric of Philadelphia. He was a colorful, ubiquitous figure known for his long hair and gray beard and the welcoming way he saluted callers, "Great day in the morning." His daily time on the air was punctuated with hearty laughs, self-deprecating jokes about his disregard for time. He was perpetually late on Pierre's standard time, and wafer-thin sports knowledge. To Robert, every Philly team was the boys in blue, and also a playlist that, even in the era of corporate radio, took musical risks. Born, sorry, you're going to hear this a lot today. Born William Pierre Robert in California in 1955, he cut his teeth on a San Francisco progressive rock station before ultimately heading east. In 1981, he joined WMMR in Philadelphia, where he worked until his death. Robert, true to his roots, was a passionate fan of the Grateful Dead, but he was an especially unwavering champion of hometown bands in Philadelphia, New Jersey, and the surrounding area, regardless of their level of fame. His playlists included locally grown artists like Bon Jovi, Bruce Springsteen, Hall & Oates, The Hooters, and his beloved Baru Review. John Bon Jovi wrote in a tribute to Pierre on Instagram, "He didn't care if you were the fad or the fashion or of the moment. He just cared." Along with his noon Workforce Blocks, a cluster of songs by the same artist, Robert also schooled listeners on rock and roll history, especially of the local kind. And in his On This Day segment, deep diving into the concert calendar, he'd list off who was playing where in Philly on that particular date. It was a way of preserving the past and honoring those who came before, a hallmark of Robert's broadcasting style. The centerpiece of Robert's on-air year came every December with his annual Christmas Eve show. It was an hours-long marathon of holiday songs, both traditional and rock-based, peppered with copious amounts of Christmas-themed audio snippets. Actually, that was Christmas Day that he would do that.
Yeah.
Jackie Gleason's monologue in the Yuletide episode of The Honeymooners was played regularly, along with Cheech and Chong's Santa Claus and His Old Lady, and a corny bit known to loyal listeners as the Jaguar. The through line of Robert, however, was yet again the local. He played Baru Review's live Christmas medley, Philly's songwriter Alan Mann's Christmas on the Block about blind children who decorate their home, and a montage of heartwarming lyrics welcoming the Delaware Valley residents back home is one of my favorite things.
Yeah.
For Philly listeners, Robert's voice was just that. It was home. John Bon Jovi wrote, "His voice helped the hungry and the homeless, and he did it because he cared about you, about me, about making the world a little kinder, wonder-filled place to live. His memory will live with us as it will live with all the people that he touched. That man is Pierre Robert, the legendary DJ." It was, obviously, it was the hardest day ever for us yesterday. And, we cried a lot. We're not done all cried out yet.
No.
We've got a ways to go. And we're going to, spend the next couple of days just focusing on Pierre and how important he was and is to this station, this city, you people, us people, all of that.
Well, we were talking yesterday about, we were all thinking at some point, over the past couple of years about when Pierre retires, that's going to be like a seismic shift. And what will that be like, not knowing that this would be what we'd be dealing with? And then to sit and watch in real time the reaction to Pierre and how much he meant to everyone has been unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, it's you turn around and you're looking at something, whether it be the outside the Met, the
Fillmore, the Met, I was going to say Wells Fargo Center, but the Xfinity Mobile Arena,
the acknowledgments. I mean, it was just one right after another, and as big as you thought it could have been, it's exceeding it second to second.
Also, we're all still in shock. I mean, this is going to last forever. Nobody saw this coming. He wasn't ill. We didn't know what was happening, and we found out yesterday around noon, and it is just devastating and will continue to be so. But I'd like to refer to that building in his honor as the Big Joint.
The Big Joint. Yeah. And listen, and if we're in the quote-unquote news portion, too, there was another radio personality passed away yesterday, too. Former KYW News radio host Harry Donahue died. He was 77 years old. He was battling cancer. Donahue was part of the KYW News radio morning team for decades. He was originally hired at KYW's freelance reporter in 1974, became an anchor in 1979, with voice of Temple University's football and basketball games on television, radio for over 2 decades, and hosted Comcast Sportsnet Inside Golf program, as well as serving 15 years at NFL Films, and would sometimes be the voice of the preseason Eagles and Sixers. And he retired from KYW in 2014 and was inducted into the Pennsylvania Sports Hall of Fame. So I wanted to make mention of that. Pierre would have absolutely wanted something like that to be passed
And
along.
I think where that would have resonated with many people listening to the people give their memories of him was he would be the one reading the school closings often.
Yeah.
It was a nostalgic piece of childhood that meant a lot to a lot of people.
He had a program that aired last night on NBC Sports Philadelphia. Harry did, and Michael Barkan paid tribute to both our friend Pierre Robert and to Harry, and Michael did it in a beautiful way.
Yeah, we we'll reiterate this information, but it was so shocking and difficult yesterday for us as we tried to navigate, not only our own emotions, but how we are going to handle all of this professionally and how we carry on, which we will. But today we decided it would be best to, kind of minimize what we present to you and just keep it basic and talk about Pierre and his legacy and our favorite moments, and a whole lot of famous people have made public statements about Pierre's passing. We'll share those. We have scheduled a few fans of Pierre to call in this morning. We don't know when they're calling in, but I don't know who all we're having on. We've heard there may be, we might have Graham Nash on later on this morning from Crosby, Stills and Nash.
It's going to be
a bunch of other people. So.
Yeah, very fluid. But the truth of the matter is, and as you said yesterday, please understand, bear with us. Because of all the things, again, this was, and I can say categorically, the absolute last thing we thought we'd be planning for today. So it is what it is. But what we will do with you is pay tribute. Remember, allow this to be the platform for you to express your thoughts and whatever you have about Pierre. It's important to get that out. We've always sort of served as the conduit for that when things got tough. It's been our honor to be there for you when you've had things you had to deal with. And I think I say, in this case, Preston, we're all dealing with this. Everybody.
Yeah. So we're going to, we're not going to have any traffic reports today. We're not going to do the bizarre file or the entertainment news or any of that stuff. It's just all going to be about our friend. And we're going to open up our phone lines. We want to hear from you when we're not talking to, a guest that we have planned. We want to hear what you have to say, your interactions with Pierre, what you remember, your favorite things. The man has been a constant, an absolute constant in this city and for so many people.
Do you know what's amazing is that you'll have somebody who's older part of the demo. That's, in radio terms or entertainment terms or media terms. Someone who's up there who's a massive fan, and we've seen it time and time again. And a 14-year-old or a 15-year-old, that telltale beard, that long hair, this legend. And the thing is, again, Preston, throughout it all, he would demur from that fact that he was that big and that important, as pointed out in the Rolling Stone article, self-deprecating. But the impact, we've watched it forever when we were and we're going to have, by the way, you'll afford us the chance to remember some funny Pierre moments.
Yeah, we're gonna cry and laugh today.
Yeah.
We're gonna be doing a lot of that.
Yeah, so that'll be part of it. And you know what? I don't think Pierre would want anything else. I know he would not want, sorry, Pierre, there's going to be crying, but he would definitely be in favor of the laughter. So we're going to do that as well.
Yes. So we're all in this together. We will, take our commercial breaks and we'll continue on. But we're going to want to hear from you today. So get your thoughts together. Think about what you might want to share. In a little while, we'll open up our phones and we'll hear from you. And we'll just celebrate this incredible human being. And we'll go ahead and take our first break, and we will come back. Case it's still not working.
We're working on it.
All right, we'll take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us on MMR.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
We're going to be playing a lot of songs that Pierre Robert loved, obviously, Crosby, Stills, and Nash. And believe it or not, this little piece of music is one of his absolute favorites.
He loved it.
Yes.
Pierre had nothing if not an eclectic taste in music.
Yep.
And that was the fabric of his broadcast style.
Yeah. If you're just tuning in, we are going to do things differently today. It's all about our friend. It's all about Pierre. And we're going to open up our phones as well. 610-660-9333 is the number. We're kind of scrambling to make all this happen. Obviously, yesterday was a shock and still is to all of us. So you have to be a little bit patient with us as we go through our regular, day as best we can and have you involved in every bit of it. So we're going to try to speak to some people later on this morning who want to share their thoughts about Pierre. They're from the rock world and the radio world and obviously you, the people who he held so dear and preached to every day in a certain way.
There was an observation that occurred, or something that occurred to me yesterday, and I forget we were talking to Preston about the notion of Pierre being alone, when he passed, or not having, quote unquote family. And it was like, no, he had a family. He made the determination a long time ago that this city and you listening were his family. And you see in everything he did, from all of the things that he did, the outreach, and Preston, you're talking about the Home for the Holidays, all of that stuff. Yeah. That was all predicated on that. The most important thing for Pierre was to facilitate you having a better quality life, and he lived and breathed it.
In case this is new information to you, which, obviously all of the news stations have been covering it. It's all over social media. Rolling Stone has written an article about Pierre. It was on TMZ yesterday. There's still some people that this is the word hasn't gotten to yet. So it's a shock to all of us. We found out yesterday. We got done with our show, and we were in a meeting, and it was no big eyebrow raiser when Pierre wouldn't be here. At the crossover when we're done with our show, we didn't think anything of it.
We were students of Pierre's Standard Time.
Yeah,
so we knew that was part of the deal.
And we found out that he hadn't showed up about 11:45, and we're like, okay, that's there's something incorrect here. So Ryan Shuttleworth went to his home, and his car was there, and then the police had to be called to get in and do a welfare check, and of course the worst fears were confirmed, and Pierre had passed, and everything seemed to be natural. We have no details on that now. All we know is that it appears that he just passed overnight, and so maybe there's some comfort in that. I don't know. We're all going through these stages of grief, and we're still in the early stages, from shock to disbelief to, coming to terms. And, there's 7 steps, and I don't know what they all are, but part of it is also curiosity of why, how, why.
Yeah, exactly.
And we don't know, but.
To that notion, Preston, of him passing in his sleep overnight, that does, at least for me, I know other people consider that, that's the way my dad went, a little while ago, and that does mean something. I mean, he was, again, and a lot of people have observed this. He had a bunch of Pierre moments.
Yes,
being with the Hooters and spending the shows with the Hooters at the Keswick.
He had a great weekend.
It was a terrific
Sunday,
weekend.
He told us, we were talking about, he just sat at Rittenhouse Square and read a book, and he was just in heaven. He just was loving that. He had a wonderful last few days.
So Sarah Parker is telling me, she handled a lot of the posting of social media.
Yeah.
And in a classic, for that lovely bucolic moment in Rittenhouse where he was loving life, I can't get this goddamn thing to post right.
Right.
And Sarah took care of it. And, it's one of those things that was so Pierre. That's where he loved to be. And so in that as well, you look for those little things. It's a natural thing. Where was he? What was his state of mind prior to that? It all seems to be good. It all seems to be something that you would want Pierre to have experienced in his last days. And, you're right, Preston. We're going to go through the different stages. But
I thought for sure that I would retire and he would still be working.
Yeah. There was everything to indicate that.
I am not kidding you.
Yeah.
I honestly thought that is how much he loved what he did. It was not a chore to come to work for him. It was a love for him to come to work. I mean, there were days like anybody has where you're like, oh man, I'd rather stay in bed. But Pierre, his spot was right there. There in that studio.
I'm sorry, Preston. I talked to him about the end of his career at one point within the last year or so, and he summed it up in atypical Pierre fashion rather succinctly. He was like, I still have a lot that I want to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And this place meant the world to him. He wanted to keep working here for all of the reasons that he started working here in the first place.
Yeah. All right. So, we want to open it up. We want people to share stories. We're going to do this through the course of the morning. And we are in true spirit of Pierre Robert, completely unorganized this morning.
And the equipment is failing. Which would be very comfortable for Pierre, since many times he would cause the equipment to fail.
This is true.
Yeah. So in honor of him.
Yeah. All right. So we're going to get started. We have Jeff who's first up, so we're going to go to him. Hi, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I hope you're all holding up okay.
We're doing what we can, man. Just same as you. What do you want to share with us this morning, Jeff?
So, funny enough, I'm calling from across the Atlantic. I'm a former Philly Jersey kid that moved over to Northern Ireland and heard the news, and it really broke me up, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever have any personal moments with Pierre?
So, yeah, I definitely did. Just a couple, local concert memories I have with Pierre. I just remember, he was a punk rocker at heart, too, and I ran into him a couple times seeing Rancid at the Electric Factory. And my mom actually brought up to me, I used to be in a ska band in the city called SGR. And Pierre actually showed up at our show at Catch-22, and he didn't make himself known. He was just a rocker at heart, and it was just so cool to see him there, and it meant the world to us.
That's a completely Pierre thing to do. Again, so to get on the back of that, Jeff, again, when we were just, really starting in the beginning of our radio careers here in Philadelphia, Pierre would come out to these little dumb things that we were doing and support it, even though he was at a competing radio station.
Yeah, he would.
It didn't matter.
Jeff, do you remember when the word went through, the band members, you were like, dude, Pierre Robert's here?
Funny enough, I'm not going to lie, this was 20 years ago. My mom actually reminded me about this last time, and I was talking to her on the phone. And actually, Preston, you and I actually have a small connection, too. I used to work at the Lowe's in Hatfield and used to be in there all the time. You and I connected a few times in there. You're all just your family.
Thank you, Jeff. We appreciate it. And thanks for listening across the ocean. We do appreciate that, man. And take care of yourself, okay?
Definitely. Love you guys. Take care.
Love you too, man.
Jeff.
We'll see you. All right, we're going to go over to John joining us next. Hi, John. Good morning.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Ba-Ba, to the Ba, to Ba-Ba, do Gaga, Ba-Ba-Da.
Wow, you nailed it.
That's a tribute there.
And that will continue to play, by the way.
All the time.
On the show, without question. So, John, your connection to Pierre.
Yeah, I have a couple things to say. I met him a couple times. The first time, I'm actually a former student of David Uosikkinen at the Hooters, and I got to meet him. Dave invited us to the Hooters concert in 2013 when they were doing the 33rd and a third anniversary. And I got to meet Pierre. I got to take a picture of him. Just changed my profile picture on Facebook to him. Then a few years later, he was giving away Bruce tickets on the day of the show. And Bruce and Rush are a couple of my, go-to artists, the artists I really wanted to see in concert. Bruce especially, because in middle school, we had a trip to Hershey Park, and he was just, and Bruce was just starting his show. So from then on, Bruce became the concert I really wanted to see. Mm-hmm. So in 2016, Pierre had a contest. Where you had to name 5 Bruce songs backwards. And I knew enough about Bruce at the time. Not as much in his deep catalog yet, but I knew about Bruce at the time that I could easily get the songs. And it was 5.5 hours before showtime, and I got the tickets. And
wow.
I got to see him a couple times afterwards, and he was good right up until the end. And I was listening to his show on Friday and was so pissed off. I was so pissed off because I was like ringing when he gave away the Rush tickets last week, and that's how dedicated a fan is to a radio show.
Yeah.
And he like worked to the end. He was so dedicated. He was even so dedicated to the people of Philadelphia, and he was playing Hooters songs all over when he was trying to get the 50th caller for the Rush tickets. That's how close he was to the people of Philadelphia, and he was close to even every single music. And to point out, the last song that he ever played was the new Foo Fighters song.
Yeah. So presenting new music all the way to the end. John, thank you so much, man. We appreciate your call, bud.
You know, Preston, the point also that Pierre wasn't presented with a scenario. Nick, you mentioned earlier about not being sick or anything. He was not presented. Dude, you're going to have to come off the air. Dude, you can't do what you can't. You have to stop doing what you love.
Yeah.
And so you look for those things. It's a natural instinct to say, what are the half glass full moments here? And right to the last second, right to the last possible moment, he was on air doing what he loved.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a blessing.
2 days ago was normal interactions with Pierre. That was part of the reason why it was so shocking. We saw him, and it was just Preston. He kind of looked a little disheveled, but that wasn't atypical.
And he laughed. He laughed when that was pointed out.
And when he would come in and be on the microphones here with us in the studio during the crossover, he was always immediately to my right and very close to Preston. And so I looked at him a lot over the last 26 years, and there were days where I'm like, is Pierre doing all right?
Yeah.
You're like, is he maybe at a late light, whatever. This week, the other day, none of that felt like he was going through anything. And then, we started having this collective dread yesterday during the meeting, and that was weird to feel all of that with you guys, and then to find out all together at the same time.
Yeah, it was very atypical. I mean, and you bring that up, and that was a moment we would normally just go, that's Pierre,
right?
But we all sort of sat in the conference room and we were all looking at each other like,
everybody had an expression on their face like, this doesn't feel right.
Yeah, and then Chuck brought us in, to the air studio here and started letting us know. But again, you'll find out, as much of a legend as we all fully believe and will always believe Pierre was, the reaction is exceeding even what we would have thought. And wherever Pierre is, I know it's in a great place, and I hope he is absorbing all this and feeling the love back, because, we've had people from around the world, and you're talking about decades and decades of Pierre influencing people in that way and introducing them to the music that ended up being the soundtrack of their lives. It's a massive, massive thing, a massive gift.
Press, I want you to recount your last interaction with Pierre, because I had an observation about that.
Okay.
Because go ahead. I just want you to, because it was positive.
So it was after the show on Tuesday. Pierre was playing a workforce block of Journey, and I was here in the studio getting some work done. And there's the Pierre Robert studio and the Preston and Steve studio, so I can monitor what's going on in the air in the studio. And he was playing That Way from Journey, which is one of my favorite songs. And so I just turned it up. I stopped what I was doing, and I just got lost in the music. And I'll be honest, I was thinking about this last night. I started getting emotional. I started getting, I'm tearing up right now. Just listening to that song, I started getting emotional because I was thinking about what it meant to me when I was 13, 14 years old. I'm sorry, but so when that song ends, traditionally on the album, it goes into a song called Anytime. Ooh, anytime that you want me.
Great song.
And it was tradition on FM radio to play those two songs back to back. So I'm getting into the song. I'm feeling the emotion. I'm air guitaring and just loving every second of it. And then the pause at the end of the song comes, and then it goes into, ooh, anytime. And I'm like, oh, thank you. Thank you so much. So I walked out of the studio. I go into Pierre's studio, and I just poked in, and I go, dude, thank you so much for doing that. I go, I was just hoping that you would play that second song right after that. And we got into a discussion about how it is necessary to do that. And then we started talking about other songs that have to be played to completion and why sometimes when you're listening to music digitally on streaming services, and he pointed out Jackson Brown, the loadout and Stay, that if you listen to that digitally, when the loadout ends, it cuts off the best part of the song because technically it's 2 tracks. And so we had a chat about that, and I was just like, preach, man, absolutely. And so he went down the hall. I went back in the studio, and I got some stuff done, still listening to the song and air guitaring away. And then I'm like, okay, I got to go. And I packed up my stuff. And then he plays Stone in Love, which is another one of my all-time favorite songs. So I'm like, okay, I could sit here and just jam out to this song, but I got to go. And so I walk out of the studio, and I'm walking down the hall, and I'm just singing, "Saw me singing by the railroad tracks." And as you go down the hall, you have to make a right to get to the kitchen. And I hear Ryan go, "Oh, somebody's singing." And he and Pierre were in the kitchen together. And I turn the corner, and I'm still singing, and they got such a kick out of me singing out loud, walking down the hallway. And Ryan is like, Pierre loves it when people sing along. And so I just kind of smiled at him, and we had a little back and forth. And I was like, all right, guys, take care. And I left work on such a high note after that. And I was thinking about, oddly enough, the jocks that I listened to growing up on the radio and how important it was and how they presented the music to me. And I'm like, I still got a guy doing that for me. Yeah. I still got a guy doing that for me.
And the best in the business.
Yeah.
That means something. It's funny you're mentioning that, but we've had the chance over the years to listen to some great DJs. None has ever been better at Pierre at doing that. During the A to Z, I've heard Supper's Ready. I'm a massive Genesis fan. So I love Supper's Ready. Yeah. It's playing. I've got things to do. It's a long song. I'm hearing it on the air. Pierre's playing it. But I'm like, what you're talking about is the collective. We're all listening to this. Pierre's delivering this to us, our music, and it wraps up, and he talks about it, and that's, it means these reaction videos on YouTube are a surface sort of approach to that feeling. But the great DJs, the greatest, Pierre, had an ability to invite everyone in and have this communal experience with the music that you love.
So, Preston, I wanted you to share that story this morning because I came to the realization yesterday, because you had shared that with us yesterday after we were all just sitting there in shock together about, what had taken place yesterday. And I came to this realization yesterday that you, me, everybody in this room, everybody listening right now, everybody's last experience with Pierre Robert was a positive one.
Yeah. Yes.
Because, in this world, I realized that, I have a lot of transactional relationships in my life, right? And that's fine. But my relationship with Pierre, and I can almost guarantee that all of our relationships with Pierre was not a transactional relationship. He didn't want anything from us. He only wanted things for us. And I love that man.
Yeah. It was, I had to think about that. And then, and as I was telling you yesterday, Casey, I'm like, that's the last time I ever spoke to him.
You know what? There is I wrote this quote down, and I think it makes, you do these things. It's part of the process. And I was mentioning Bartlett's quotations a couple of weeks ago. Sometimes it can be very inspiring. But Thomas Campbell, this is a quote that I've always loved. And he wrote, "To live in hearts we leave behind is not to die." And I think that is exemplified with Pierre. Yeah. You live on in the hearts of the people. And when you're hearing calls coming in from across the ocean, and you're hearing, globally, when you're seeing the luminaries in the industry respond, when you're seeing the journalists respond this way, Pierre's impact and effect will not pass. His legend will live on, and he'll live on in our hearts, and that's the greatest tribute.
I'm going to take another call. We're going to go to Dave next. Hi, Dave. Good morning.
Hey, Pierre. How you doing? Geez, I'm not even thinking straight.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Dave, you come from the local band community?
Yeah. So I'm the lead singer of the band, the 80s flashback band, the Jimmies. We just headlined the 35th annual Sea Witch Festival down in Rehoboth that they do every year.
Okay.
And I've actually been a guest in your studio, and man, I remember just walking through the studio and pointing and like, that's Pierre's office down there.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow. And all those pictures you guys have on the wall of every unbelievable rock star you could imagine, from, Mick Jagger to Geddy Lee from Rush and Ozzy and the Foo Fighters and you name it. And something I really always liked about Pierre, he would play anything from like the Bristol Stomp and Bill Haley and the Comets all the way up to Slayer and everything in between. And he know about everything, and he knows so much detail about it. And it was like you guys always say, everything that rocks on, on MMR. And it's true. It was just whatever it was. And
You know something, Dave?
He was one of the best DJs.
He absolutely was. And to reference what you talked about, seeing those pictures around the hallways here, that was because of Pierre.
Yeah,
Pierre did that. Pierre was a massive proponent of making this a museum of the music. And as we pointed out many times, and Pierre brought it into clarity for me personally, that when songs like Stairway to Heaven were played years ago on MMR, it was a new song. Yeah. And so this rich history, Pierre wasn't about to let it go. There was a point in time in which the idea was to kind of keep this a little bit more clinical looking here, and it's an office. And he said, no, it's a rock museum. And we're surrounded by the efforts he put into making this rock.
He collected and curated all of this stuff. If I wish we could open this up for anybody to come in and take a look and walk down the halls and take in the history of the radio station and music in general in Philadelphia, because it's all represented in our hallways. And I'd take time. Thank you for your call, by the way, Dave. We appreciate it. We're going to move on to some other bit.
Absolutely.
Thanks, man. But I make it a point from time to time, like once a month or so, to stop and look and read the things that Pierre had posted on the wall, old articles from the Inquirer and periodicals that aren't around anymore, of the history of the radio station, when it was celebrating 10 years, or here's a feature on Michael Tierson, or all the lineage of this radio station represented in the hallway, and I want to respect that, and I'm proud to be included in that history, and it was, and Pierre is, I was thinking about that very thing last night. We've lost our historian. We've lost our historian here. We are now the senior cast members of WMMR, which is hard for me to wrap my mind around, because I always relied on him for the stories of the history and tell me about this and why this was important. Because he had all the knowledge of that.
He wasn't born here, but he was, in every sense of the word, Philadelphian. And he's on the front page of the Inquirer this morning. He's on the front page of the Daily News this morning. And I've been thinking about a million different things over the last day because of how much he meant to me personally and professionally, and everything that he ever did for me. He was my mentor and my hero. But randomly, I was thinking about a John Kruk quote last night, where John was speaking, and he said, you hear players and media people say that it's tough to play in Philadelphia in front of these fans. To those people, I say that you didn't have the guts to succeed here. And John always talked about what a privilege it was for Philadelphia to embrace you. And man, Philadelphia embraced Pierre Robert on so many levels, and he embraced all of those people right back. It was just this symbiotic relationship that was so palpable and so three-dimensional, and anytime he talked to you, you felt like you were the only person in the room. He just was a deep and kind and thoughtful and caring person, and he did that with everybody. There were so many stories and so many people that he affected in so many different positive ways, and countless stories you will never hear. Countless charities that he helped out that nobody will ever talk about because there were just too many to talk about.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Casey just handed me a note. We're going to, in about 7 minutes, we're going to go on Fox Good Day. We're going to check in with our friends over there. All the news stations have been here at the radio station covering this, and we thank them for that, helping spread the word and the story and about Pierre, what he meant and means to everybody who live in this area, grew up in this area, or is new to this area. I mean, like, it didn't take you long to become a fan of Pierre Robert. It takes minutes.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. And honestly, Preston, to that point, he served as the usher. He put his stamp of approval on a show that had been at another station that came here in 2005 and basically said, I'm supporting these guys, give them a chance. And without Pierre Robert, our transition over to WMMR would not have succeeded the way it did.
We were nervous.
We were very nervous.
We didn't know how the MMR audience was going to accept these guys from some alternative rock radio station, and Pierre paved the way and laid a carpet down before us to walk across.
I was just so excited to work with him.
Yeah,
I was so excited to be able to call him my coworker. Yeah.
You were actually here early before
I
us.
was. Well, it's just because I wasn't important enough to have a contract at Y100. So, but I met Pierre for the first time at the Air Awards ceremony in the Adams Mark Hotel. And, he was up at the podium, and he just talked about using his radio powers for good. And I will never forget that. I was just a kid. And he came out to the Kill Casey movie
screening.
premiere. And it was just like, because I had met him at the Air Awards, and I was such a fan of his, and he was such an inspiration to me that, I was like, I'll send him an email and say that we're doing this thing. And then, like a listener had just had shared, like he just showed up, and he was just there.
It's funny to see that the way Casey, to that point, how many people fanboy and fangirl over some of the reporters who are covering, this talk about, they all can reel off events and places and concerts where they encountered and met and wanted to take a picture and didn't, and then maybe
because he was, he's a big star.
And I said, oh my God, that's the absolute opposite of what Pierre is.
I still got nervous around him. I didn't want to say the wrong thing in front of him. I just respected him and loved him so much that even after 20 years of being his coworker, and more importantly, his friend. I just wanted him to be proud of me.
Yeah, he was, man.
I got to work for him for 3 years, which was an adventure, and have a lot to say about it. But you talk about concerts, Steve, and one of my favorite things about going to concerts with Pierre was being about 5 or 10 feet behind him, walking through the concourse, especially in the in the big joint, because you would hear over and over and over again, that was Pierre. Was that Pierre? That was Pierre. And
if only there was anything identifiable.
Right? Yeah. But it was almost people were almost as excited, or maybe more excited, to see him than the rock star that was about to be out on stage. This local celebrity that was approachable, that you could shake hands with. And man, was he good at shaking hands. Man, was he good at running from air and shaking hands and kissing babies and going. He loved it. He loved interacting with people.
I am laughing right now, thinking of him going off of the top deck of that sled.
Oh my God, that nearly killed him.
Casey's laugh crying right now, and we're gonna, like I said at the beginning, we're gonna laugh and cry today. We cried a lot yesterday, and we're continuing to cry today. One thing that made me laugh last night while I was just lying in bed trying to get to sleep, which was very hard to do. I just, I know your name. Your name's Pierre Robert. I listen to you all my life, man.
We'll be playing that.
Play that stuff.
Oh my God.
And talking about Pierre being the historian.
Yeah.
All these audio clips that he's played throughout the years.
Archived.
And they've got to remain a part of the fabric of this radio station. I mean, it's going to be sad to hear his voice knowing that he's gone, but there's so much good stuff and entertaining audio that he has left behind for us.
Pierre delivered one of the great belly laughs of my life just recently. We had a listener who came in and brought in brownies, and this person is associated with the pot trade as well, and so.
Oh yeah,
and so Pierre thinks he has a non-pot brownie, and he's eating a bit of it, and he mishears me, and he's about to go on air, and he's already admitted that the current strains of of pot are too much for him, that they just destroy him. Yeah. And he goes, there was pot in that brownie. I'm like, and we all look at each other like, what a show that would be.
Hope you're not busy for about a week. Chuck wants to chime in, but I got to check with Casey because it's 7:03 and 30 seconds, and we're scheduled to go on at 7:05 with Fox 29. Mike and Alex, I assume. I don't really know. Like I said, we're kind of piecemealing this together, and formatically things are going to be a little different. How are we doing on time?
I'll give you an answer in about 15 seconds.
All right.
Okay, so we got to wait about 15 seconds to find out how long it's going to be. But we are going to talk to some friends this morning. Yesterday, as you can imagine, all of the staff started to congregate here, showing up, current and former. Kevin Gunn came by, Kathy Romano came by, Pancake, and of course everybody who currently is employed here. And it was just, it was hard. It was important for us to all be together. Later on this morning, Kevin Gunn is definitely stopping in. We're going to talk to Brent Smith of Shinedown, was one of the first people to reach out.
Yeah.
And was like, when can I come on? When can I talk about Pierre? I have a whole list of tributes that rock stars posted yesterday on social media. I'm going to read those. Case, how are we doing on time? We don't know yet.
Figure this out right now.
Well, okay. If you want to play something, the audio from Graham Nash is really nice.
Yeah, it's only 20 seconds. Yeah, so let me play this. And this was this Graham when he was in the studio?
No, this is Graham from last night. He just sent this over. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we have a minute. All right, here we go.
Hello, everybody. It's Graham Nash. I'm really, really, truly sad about the passing of Pierre. He was a good friend. He knew his music. He always asked great questions. I will miss him for the rest of my life. Rest in peace, Pierre. Rest in peace.
That's Graham Nash, man. Wow.
And he loved that band.
Oh, my God.
Loved that band.
CSN. Oh, man, he loved them.
The Ed Rollins of the world, the Graham Nashes, the John Bon Jovis. Just like the people these artists that were huge. Mick Jagger, Keith Richards, Eddie Vedder, Bono, the list.
I loved him.
Elton John.
Do you know what he did too, Nick? Is that he as John Bon Jovi pointed out, doesn't matter where your career was at the point, he always supported.
All right, we got about 10 seconds or so. So I'm going to bring up the audio. This is them at Fox 29. They're going to
athletic department
check in with us. They're obviously covering another story right now, and then they'll come to us and set it up.
We were deeply saddened by the passing of longtime voice of the Owls, Harry Donahue, a Philadelphia broadcasting legend. His Temple career spanned 5 decades.
If you missed it, we were talking about him earlier this morning, too, which is just sad to hear as well.
Our love and thoughts go out to the Donahue family and the Owl community. Rest in peace, Harry. And, and just before we learned of his death, we learned of the death of Pierre Robert. Just a constant on the Preston and Steve show. The transition every morning, 10, 10:15, 10:30, whenever he would come in and they would chat. My gosh.
So now we're going to talk with Preston and Steve's. I know this has got to be a tough morning for you guys, so we wanted to check in. Preston, I see your shirt that you have on.
Yeah, Festival Pierre. It was when Festival Pierre, Penn's Landing was around. We had renamed it Festival Pierre, and guys, it hit us like a ton of bricks. It's been very hard. We've cried a lot. We're continuing to cry and laugh as well because we're obviously sharing the story of this amazing person. But it was just absolutely sudden and unexpected. And we're having, obviously, as you know, a hard time with this. And we're processing this, and a whole variety of emotions are coming and going, and we're opening up the phones to listeners this morning, and we're going to have people call in telling us how important Pierre Robert was to them, and it's just it's unbelievable.
From the Rolling Stone, to luminaries in the industry, the truth of the matter was and is that we talk about Pierre's family, and you guys well know this over decades. Philadelphia, the people of Philadelphia came first all the time. And so it's important that we let everyone express their feelings. And again, a lot of this stuff sounds like the kind of stuff that people just belch out after someone dies, and it's sort of a perfunctory thing. And they say all those things. Yeah. It's all true with Pierre. It's all true that he took the time with everybody. If there was a room of 150 people that wanted to meet him or 1,000, he stayed to the last person, and it wasn't a just move along sort of thing. He would take the time. He would remember everybody. He wanted to know about you. He wanted to know how you were doing, not a rhetorical question. And we watched that over the years. I said, and Pierre, there's, I think, audio Preston at one point saying, I want to be like Pierre Robert.
Yeah.
And that's what he meant to us.
Yeah. How did you learn about it? Because he normally would come in after 10 o'clock every morning.
Yeah, well, we go late. Yeah, we go way into his show, and Pierre was always pretty gracious about that. In fact, he probably appreciated that.
Yeah.
But he would, he had what he called Pierre's Standard Time, and
that's exactly yes.
Constantly running late, and so when he wasn't here for our crossover, was not a big concern.
Right.
And we go into a meeting after this on after our show on Mondays and Wednesdays. So we went into a meeting and we were talking about our Camp Out for Hunger coming up, and then we got word at about 11:45 that he had not shown up, and there was some concern, and all of us looked at each other. And we were very worried because that is now, while he does run late, he's not ridiculous about it. And,
especially with an interview.
And we found out that his car was still there, and his producer, Ryan, went over and couldn't get in, and the police had to be called to get into the house, and then that's when we found out what had happened.
Was he dealing with anything?
Not that I know
medically
of.
Medically?
The guy was in great shape, 70 years old. He went to the gym every day. He was in great shape.
Wow.
I mean, he was a late nighter, no question. He got out and he was in public all the time, but no, there was not an illness. So we don't know why, and I know that's the natural curiosity when somebody passes, and we'll eventually find out. But we don't know at this point, Mike. We've heard it was it looked like natural circumstances. So.
It was apparently he passed in his sleep, which bizarrely I think gives a lot of us comfort that he just went to bed and that was that, and was preparing.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you know this, but Brian Adams, who he was supposed to interview, actually gave a wonderful tribute to him on stage last night and went into a totally appropriate song. He went into the song Heaven.
They dedicated it to him.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it was amazing.
Wow.
Yep.
God, I didn't realize that.
It's been so interesting and special to see how many musicians' lives he touched. And I was like, when John Bon Jovi posted and said, it didn't matter if you were a big star or if you were the local guy, like he supported you and he championed you and cheered you on.
Yeah.
And it just really speaks to who he was.
Yeah, and a lot of people have posted things. John Bon Jovi, Alice Cooper, Rolling Stone wrote an article. It was on TMZ. We had Graham Nash from Crosby, Stills and Nash. Obviously, Collective Soul, The Hooters, Shinedown. There's just a whole list of them that I'm looking at. Living Color, Live, that band, and obviously tons of local groups have posted how much they were affected by his passing. So, and that's just the tip of the iceberg. Yeah.
Right. Well, we're thinking of you guys this morning.
Yeah.
And we love, though, that you're allowing the viewers to also share, the listeners to share, their stories and their memories.
Absolutely.
We appreciate the support. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Absolutely.
All right, we'll talk to you again. With that, gang, we're going to take a break. I apologize those who have been on hold for a half hour or so. If you want to hang on, we'll do our best to get to you. Like I said, we're just kind of winging it today, and we're foregoing our regular formatics. We're not going to have Bizarre Files, music news. We're not going to even be doing traffic this morning. We're going to talk about our friend. What he meant and what he means to each and every one of us. We might have some special guests stopping by as well. We want to hear from you. You can text us. There's a lot, as you can imagine. We're being overwhelmed in that regard.
Yes.
But we'll do our best to get to those. But we'll take a quick break. We'll come back in just a second, and we're going to play songs with Pierre in mind, and obviously, and even these little clips of music. We're using the songs that you know from his show as he lives on in our hearts, of course, forever. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us. Collective Soul, Are You the Answer? It's the Preston and Steve Show. Things are going to sound a little bit different today. We're talking about our good friend and wonderful human being, Pierre Robert. He loved that band.
Yeah.
He loved Collective Soul, and they loved him. And in fact, Ed Roland, who essentially is Collective Soul, he's the creative, genius behind that music and the front man. He posted something last night and was just absolutely beside himself about the loss of Pierre. So I'm going to play that now.
Hey, all you crazy cats out there in La La Land. This is a sad day. Woke up to the news of one of our dear friends, Pierre, passed. He was one of the truest gentlemen or the band Collective Soul ever met. He was just that dude, man. He was an encyclopedia of music. We'd go have dinner together and just talk. And he was a beautiful man that meant so much to so many people, especially the people of Philadelphia. I had dinner with him a couple of months ago because like I said, I just loved him. And he knew we loved to record in homes. And I'm not going to tell you where his home was, but he's like, I got this home in a beautiful place. Y'all go record there. That's how cool he was. He was like, just take my house over, you crazy hillbillies, go do it. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. I love you, Pierre, and I'm not afraid to say that. I would tell him that anyway when we'd leave and hug each other. Music is gonna miss you. I'm gonna miss you. Thank you for being my friend.
Oh, my goodness. Just, you can tell he's just like the rest of us, just absolutely caught up in the shock of it and how much we're going to miss that guy, how much we're going to miss that presence, that human being. It's just, it's hard for so many people. We're going to go to some more phone calls here in a little bit. Marissa was actually out to dinner with Ed and Pierre, a month or two ago, Marissa?
Yeah, it's that dinner that he's speaking about right there. They were talking about recording albums, and I guess the Collective Soul had recorded an album in Graceland in one of Elvis's properties, and Pierre was like, I have this mystical, magical house in Tahoe.
Yeah.
And Ed was like, wait, could we come? He's like, yes, come. They were making these plans about recording, and Ed and Collective Soul just kind of lay down some carpets, bring the instruments in and record, and they were making plans about that. And I was so lucky that a couple months ago, Pierre turned to me and he said, I'd like to go to dinner in Rittenhouse. Can you pick a place?
Yeah.
And it was Ed and Ed's friend and me and Pierre, and we just sat there for hours. And most of the time, I just sat there and kind of watched them interact.
Yeah.
And it was just two old friends. Yeah. And I love that. And I was kind of talking with the friends, and I almost felt like I was a buffer to be there to speak with her so that the two of them could girl talk and chit-chat and catch up. And it was just so special. And Nick mentioned it earlier. It was watching him interact with people that made it so special, or the aftermath of his interactions with people that made those moments so special.
Yeah, agreed. Chuck Damico, our program director, is here. Chuck?
Was it Cardboard Classic 2 years ago that Ed was there and came out and sat with Pierre, right?
Yes. Right.
Yes. Funny story about that. He gave Pierre a song that day, and we played it. And the song hadn't been released to anybody. And it was really good, and we were playing it for a while. And about a month or 6 weeks later, we get a call from the record company going, hey, we got new Collective Soul we want you to check out. And, they sent it to me, and I'm like, we've been playing it for like 6 weeks. And they're like, what? How did you get it? I'm like, well, Ed gave it to Pierre. And they're like, it's not part of the plan. It's not supposed to
do that.
But he had just given the song to us, and he trusted Pierre with his art. Like, regardless of their plan. We got a new song. We want you to hear it, and we started playing it.
Did he write the liner notes for that record for the Collective Soul? Because
I think he did. Yeah.
Yeah. He also wrote the liner notes for John Bon Jovi's or Bon Jovi's collection that they put out a few years ago. 100 Million Fans Can't Be Wrong.
Right.
On the inside of that, I mean, his ability to connect to so many different artists over the years left such an impact on all of those artists. It's really remarkable.
Wrote something for was it Geddy Lee's solo record?
He did. Yeah.
Right? But yeah, so I just look. I'm here all morning. The last conversation you guys were having, I was standing here the whole time, and I felt like I had an awful lot to add in. You know, like everything is mostly positive. A lot of it's very funny. A lot of great memories. But I told myself I would be here early to support you guys and the radio station and whoever needed me to do whatever. But you know, the truth is that I need this too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I need this. I need this back from you guys, and just sort of. So I'm just going to be here. When stuff comes up, I felt like I could have added so many anecdotes and memories, and because so many things come up, no matter where we go in this conversation. For example, Nick was talking about how he was a tried and true Philadelphian, not having been born here, but. He never changed who he was.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, you know, he's a fish out of water in this town, you know what I mean? But I mean, he found a way to be him and bring what he was and is, and be additive to this community and this city. You know, like he was never going to change who he was. He was a toes in the grass, you know, hippie, you know what I mean? In this rough and tumble town, we have this reputation, you know, somewhat, not entirely, but somewhat warranted, but it never changed who he was. He added what he was and brought so much and changed and influenced so much for the positive.
And won everyone over.
Yeah.
Like here's a visual for you. Imagine where deconstruction has been done, rubble, and there's a little flower growing up out of that rubble, you know?
Totally.
All right, and listen, thank you. And Chuck will be here, and we've got other staff members that are here, and we're gonna open up the microphones to them as well. We're doing this today and tomorrow.
Yeah,
this isn't just today. You know, we can't imagine going on with regular programming in the very near future. We've got to. We got to hear from people. We need this. Like Chuck was saying, he needs this. We need this. There are people who've been on hold for almost an hour. I want to go. I want to go at a couple of calls here real quick. So, Rabbi Dove Bear is joining us next. Rabbi, good morning.
Good morning, good citizens, and great day.
Yeah, great day in the morning. We'll say that in honor of him.
It's been a while. 37 years ago, Pierre and I met. When I came to MMR's office on Rittenhouse with my high school. I was a senior at Ben Salem High School, and I was part of the media group. And we were interviewing Mark the Shark and John DeBella.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
Sure.
And I got to meet Pierre that day, and I think Lucy's was still alive at the time, and I remember that very big fluffy dog by his feet. And pardon me, I'm at work right now.
It's all good, man.
The friendship started there, and more or less the interactions that Pierre and I had basically were off the charts between Grateful Dead shows. I'm the person that used to listen to the shows live from Israel over the Windows Media program. Back in the day, I was the one that called in during the Gulf Wars. And also with you guys, in the summer of 2012, Pierre went to his first Jewish Orthodox wedding, mine. And you guys were the ones, especially Steve, talking about, doing the Mexican hat dance around all the dancing. I actually still have that recording. Pierre and Rabbi gave me a recording of all of the crossover shows from yours to his, during his, and two of his things through the shows. And Sean Teisler, Lazish Shalom Bracha,
Rabbi.
and Rabbi, we were very close friends outside of knowing, from you guys at the station. And my wife and I were with you guys at the game in London.
Oh, wow.
And
The Eagles game,
and Casey, I've actually sent you the picture of you, my wife, and myself a while ago of us on the ship taking a picture together, and I'll resend that to you via email.
Yeah.
But my mother called me because Pierre and my parents, all through the years, were very good friends, and Pierre loved my parents. I found the picture of Pierre with my parents at my first wedding, and unfortunately, I just lost Dad 2.5 months ago, and that was the last thing I had spoken to Pierre about because I'm still in my first year of mourning. My phone was blowing up yesterday while I'm at work, and the next thing I know is I'm realizing people are like, who is calling me? And they're like, are you okay? I'm like, what are you talking about? And that's when they hit me with the news. And I'm like, oh my God. And I was texting or emailing Brent and trying to find out more information. I mean, I literally walked out of work a little early yesterday because I couldn't handle it. Pierre is how everybody said he was, very open, very outgoing personality and everything else. I mean, my friendship with him for 37 years was, a lot different from anybody else's, especially with acquaintances or anything like that. But the one thing I can always say is that Pierre was the kind of person who would be, hey, how you doing? Where are you from? What village are you from?
From what village do you hail?
When I was living in Tennessee, when I call on Thanksgiving, and he would say, hey, how's everything down there? And, we would talk. And that's one of the things I'm going to miss.
Yes, very much so. All right. Rabbi, thanks for sharing that with us. We got a lot of people to get to. But
yes, and I'm going to just say one last thing. We say in Judaism, when somebody passes, may you be comforted amongst the mourners of Zion. And I think that goes very well for everybody at WMMR and the listeners across the region, because we didn't lose just somebody. A rabbi, in the definition, is a teacher. As everybody was saying yesterday and today, he taught me something. I learned something from him. This is what the true word means, and that's how I'm always going to remember Pierre.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate it, man. No, it's a good way to put it as a teacher.
Yeah.
As a sharer of knowledge, as a storyteller, as a friend, as all these things.
We were talking about the scene in Glory where the flag is picked up. If this flag should fall, who will pick it up?
Yeah.
And I had a moment to think about that. And who could you conceive of that carries the knowledge, the skill set, the ability of Pierre Robert? It's a tall order, and I just can't imagine anyone doing it the way he did it for all these years.
I'm going to go next to Santa Rick, who is joining us. Hi, Santa. Rick, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, I've been on hold for an hour. I would have waited all day.
We appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
My connection with Pierre is really strong. I moved up from Maryland in 1981 in the middle of the summer to start my career. And that's when Pierre came out from California to start his. I had many interactions with him over the years, and I know most of you down at the station. I've bumped into you many, many times. And I've organized my thoughts so I can be relatively brief. I went tubing with Pierre on the Delaware when he had that thing. I actually called in and won tickets from him.
I did that.
And then we hung out at Havana's over in New Hope and had a long chat. That was my first really long interaction with Pierre. The next thing that he got to share with me was a really big deal for me. I got up on stage with Green Day, and it's kind of ironic because with losing two legends, that was at Leocora Center in Temple, and Pierre's out there in the audience with his roving microphone talking about Santa being on stage, and he played that back on the air many times, which was really, really cool. The last really close interaction I had with Pierre, I think it was Neil Young, but it could have been something else. And I'm in the pit as usual, and someone taps me on the shoulder, and I look around, and there it is. It's Pierre. He hunted me down, and that was such an honor to have him seek me out.
Yeah.
And I just had no idea. You know, I ironically, I learned about Pierre's passing. I'm in my front yard. I have 100,000 lights in my front yard for Christmas, and I'm decorating a pink and white candy cane with lights up an oak tree, and a buddy calls me and tells me Pierre has passed, and I just thought that's kind of ironic, and that perhaps somehow I can come in and
help decorate the studios.
It would be an honor if we could work that out.
That's actually a great idea.
Yeah, that's something to consider.
I would come in full suit. And just a couple of closing thoughts. I cried all night last night, just like everybody else.
Yeah.
And I did not know it was going to hit me so hard. I love Ozzy. I was devastated by his loss. But losing Pierre is different because it's so close.
So close.
And it's family.
Yes.
And the one closing thought, I know I already had a closing thought, is he always advocated for the artists that hadn't been inducted into the Hall of Fame. He needs to be there.
Yes. I agree 100%. I was thinking about that yesterday. Rick, thank you for the call. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. I love you all.
We love you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. I posted a picture, one of the pictures in a carousel of photos I posted yesterday was him at the radio walk, the Philly Walk of Fame.
Yeah.
And I was thinking about that very thing. I mean, this man deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. We'll never get in that. We're in the Radio Hall of Fame. He deserves to be in that. He deserves to be in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
I saw people leaving some flowers and notes at his plaque on Broad Street yesterday, which I thought was nice. And somebody left a rose out in front of our building here in Wonballa. There's going to be a lot of tributes.
It's funny that he mentioned something about the Grateful Dead. Made me think of this yesterday. Greg Monahan, who Pierre loved, Grinning Greg, the graphics guy.
Oh, yes. Yeah,
Greg. Called him. Greg was here yesterday, and Greg's like, dude, I noticed this thing yesterday on this tree. It was this giant Grateful Dead carving on a tree with flowers on it. He's like, I'd never seen it before. And I'm like, wow. And so yesterday, me and Casey and Marissa and Sam went out for lunch, and a thing that I noticed happened was the bill came, and I'm like, all right, I'm going to pick up the bill. It was $93.
Oh, my God.
$93.77, I think it was. We're like, did he start in 1977 in radio?
Right,
I don't know. Would that be weird?
It was 73.
73, okay.
Yeah.
No, probably not then. But then on my way home, Waze rerouted me and took me away I normally don't go, which is Conshohocken State Road. And I saw the tree that Greg was talking about.
Kidding.
It's new. It's newer. I'd never noticed it before. It's this big dead tree that somebody had taken the trunk and carved in a Grateful Dead logo and colored it in, too. So it was really easy to see. And I just, obviously, I thought of Pierre as soon as I saw that.
By the way, the 100,000 lights and the tree with the Grateful Dead thing carved into it, Pierre would have worn those.
Yeah. When I was leaving here yesterday, I drove past where his home is. You can kind of see it from the Schuylkill Expressway, and then I lost it then. And then when I worked for Pierre, we did these things on Fridays that were called Workforce Blocks Live, and we would go out to a different place of employment every Friday. It was a lot of fun. It was just another typical Pierre thing where you get to get out and meet people and hang out. And one of the things that we did was at the Radnor Fire Company with Rodney Bird, our incredible engineer, and we got up on a huge ladder. And so I'm driving back. I needed to see my wife. I had to get to her, and so I drove to where she was at work, and I drove right past the Radnor Fire Company, remembering where Pierre had helped to put out a test fire 22 years ago. My mom, who worked at Radnor Middle School at the time, brought an entire class of kids over. My mom got to introduce a workforce block, which she reminded me about last night, and Pierre, to every one of those kids, said hi, put them on the microphone. It just was like, that's who he was. And so, all of these impacts, you seen the Grateful Dead carved in the tree, like just one after another. He left so many impacts all over this city, all over this area.
Yep.
That Workforce Blocks Live was a promotion that I ran, trying to find a place every Friday for Pierre to go. And it turned into Pierre ruins your business. I mean, you guys drove a forklift into something and destroyed a wall. Like it was, it wasn't just, hey, I'm live from your company. It's like, what do you do here? Let me try to do it. It was almost like dirty jobs or something like that. But, and that last caller, Santa Rick, he mentioned tubing with Pierre, right? So I had completely forgotten about that promotion. It was day off down to Delaware. It was one of those, you get in a tube, you get to the top, and you get to the bottom, and there's a party at the bottom. And, I remember Pierre going to Rodney and going, I want to broadcast from an inner tube. We had broadcast from a ski mountain. Like he broadcast skiing down, roller coasters, all that kind of stuff. You could fill a gallery with just photos of incredible, amazing places, but also stupid and crazy and silly places that Pierre has broadcast live from.
Do you remember what a cluster F that was, that day off in the Delaware?
Oh, yeah.
The broadcasting part of it? Because he wanted to broadcast. It was impossible.
Yeah. He's floating, and he's got the Marty unit.
Well, I want to talk about the cluster F thing, and the way Kevin Gunn put it so well is that Pierre would leave a vapor, a debris field behind him in just how unorganized. But the thing about it is he could also be so damn eloquent.
Yeah.
I'm already getting choked up. I'm going to play this piece of audio. Our friend Nick Murphy recorded a video of him, and Pierre so eloquently explains what it is he does. And it's only a minute long, and I've got to play this for you. Here we go.
In Philly, people, if they like you and if you're real, they will embrace you. In England, DJs are called presenters. And I love that, because think of it like a restaurant and think of the DJs like waiters. So why do they come to the restaurant? They come primarily for the food. But a very close second, I would argue, is the ambiance of the restaurant and the servers. And, Mr. Smith, we know you love this dish we've been serving for years, but guess what? The chef has just presented us with this new dish that I would like to present to you. We have that honor of being able to present music and present ourselves to people, and we, as a result, have built this great friendship, this great relationship with people. It's a relationship between us and these listeners, and it's so strong now, perhaps stronger than ever, that when we go out, people don't just come up and shake hands, they come up and hug us. To me, that's the greatest honor, and we never cease to be amazed by it, thrilled by it, and endlessly thankful for it. It's been this long, fun journey, but it's all in present time. It's all in the moment. And it's been so many great adventures.
I've never heard it described more perfectly than that. I've never heard that analogy before, and what it means to him as well. And I think people like John Bon Jovi and other, the product, the rock stars, the music, they've created this amazing piece of art. But it's the presentation of it that makes it so much more special. Pierre could take a piece of music and he could tell you why this is special. You may already like that song, okay? You may already have some kind of a feeling for it. But once he explained to you why it was special, and he could do it on the front end of the song leading into it, so you had a new perspective going into it. And then when you have digested all of this, and on the back end could put a little bow on it and just make it this perfect little gift that was
That's it. I remember many is the time, and Preston, I'm sure you will echo this as well. There's a song that you love, and it turns out Pierre loves it too. It's like, oh, yeah, awesome. Yeah. Pierre digs it too. It was the stamp of approval from a guy who is well-versed in all things music and all things rock. And again, that was, there's so many times you talk about those moments that is that relationship between the listener, you, me at home, listening to Pierre spin a story around a song and frame it and put a context on it. And make it something even better than it was just by listening to it by itself. Yeah. That was the magic.
We have time for one more call before we take a break, and then we've got to talk to some of the staff members who are showing up here this morning for sure. But we want to come back to your calls as well, and I apologize for the length of time that you've been on hold. Debbie has been on hold for almost an hour, so let's go to her. Hi, Debbie. Good morning to you.
Hey guys, I'm so sorry to all of you. My deepest sympathies, and to everybody listening. I just had a very special interaction with Pierre. Just called into the station. We were on our way to go see Jacoby and the boys out in Jones Beach. I said, Pierre, I just want to tell you something. You are by far the best DJ I have ever heard in my life. He said, no, we've got a whole building full of them here. And that's just the guy he was. But he brought me back to radio in July when I got laid off from my job. I turned on live radio for the first time in years. Been too busy streaming. And that was a gift that he gave to me. And you guys give that gift moving forward every day. And thank you for giving the gift of letting us share our feelings and go through this with you and the way you're doing the format. Thank you so much.
It's our esteemed pleasure to do that, Debbie, and to hear from you, the people who were affected every single day in such a great way. Thank you, Debbie. We appreciate that story.
I've heard so many times, sorry for your loss, and I just can't help but say, no, I'm sorry for your loss. Like,
Yes.
Yeah. This is everybody's loss.
Yeah.
Our loss.
Our collective, yeah.
Okay, so we'll take a break if you're just tuning in. We're spending the morning, obviously talking about Pierre and all things, how he's affected our lives, your life, the community. We're foregoing any regular formatics that we do, and we'll probably do the same thing tomorrow, too. It's just too much to go to. Well, I mean, what a human being. So we'll play some little pieces of music like this you'll hear fading up now that Pierre would use regularly on his show. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll play music that Pierre loved as well, and we'll take more of your calls, and we'll chat with people who were impacted so strongly by Pierre. We'll be back in a moment. music from Shine Down, Get Up, the acoustic version. Another huge fan of Pierre Robert in that band. And in fact, we're going to talk to Brent Smith in just a few minutes. We're waiting for him to give us a call. And everybody, Brent Porsche is here as well, who's really close with those guys. So thank you for coming in, Brent. I wanted to read this post from Zach Myers from Shine Down. And you'll have to bear with us. We're all gonna cry throughout the morning if you're just tuning in. It's still happening. But Zach wrote, "Everyone has a voice, but some people make a sound when you hear them. Your first time hearing Casey Kasem or even your father. And I can remember the first time I heard Pierre Robert's voice. It was asking me a question. The question I don't remember, but the man and the voice I will forever. He was radio incarnate. Not many like him before, not many now. Radio wasn't a job for Pierre. This man lived for radio. One night after a show in Philly, he said, let's go take over WMMR. It was midnight, and because Pierre was, well, Pierre, we did. And we went on the biggest station in Philadelphia history and just played whatever we wanted. Played live music, played vinyls, and no one would ever stop him. He was the DJ that made anyone want to be a DJ or get into music. There's people who loved this, and then there's Pierre. And I have too many memories to list with him. But for about 6 months straight, we would just text each other different live clips of Atlantic City, of the song Atlantic City.
Oh, yeah.
He said, I put him on, and listen to this. I didn't know about this. I never knew this, that Zach said. I put him on my guitar picks for a Philly show one time, and he cried when I gave him the picks. And he said that he didn't know, if much meant more to him in his career than that. And then I started crying. He was one of a kind. I'm going to miss the F out of him. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings with this, he said, but I notoriously hate interviews, especially one-on-one interviews. And our people knew if any of these three people called, I was there anytime, anywhere. And Pierre was number one on that list. He writes, rest easy, Pierre. You were a friend unlike any other, and love to Philly and WMMR. And then he took he posted some photos over the last 20 years, their interactions. So it was incredibly special for him to share that. Is Brent ready to go? All right, Brent Porsche is in here, and Brent helped set this up. I think Brent had reached out to you, or...
He called me within, like a half an hour of the news coming out, and he's like, I called you first. I wanted to hear from you directly and whatever you guys needed, and that's when I kind of passed him on to you guys.
Okay, well, let's get him on the line right now, Brent Smith. Hey, Brent, thanks for joining us. Good morning to you, man.
Good morning to all you guys and girls. I wish I was calling under different circumstances, but I have to say this. I've spent the entire, last 16 to 20 hours, if you will, just going down this beautiful rabbit hole in regards to, Pierre. And, it's pretty extraordinary, the life that this man lived and who he was as an individual, going all the way back to something that, literally made me smile when I found it out. When he got to Philly, so many, years ago, going to a palm reader of all places.
Yes.
And being like, yo, so what's going to happen? What's going on? What am I doing here? And she was like, you're going to get a letter. And the following day, he got a letter from the radio station, and he was off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Hey, Brent, I wanted to ask you a question about, in your profession and your stature, and because we see people light up when they meet the likes of yourselves, and that's regular. We see people love meeting rock stars. But here's something that I noticed about Pierre and our MMRBQ, and in fact any show that we would go to where Pierre was going to be backstage meeting another rock star. The rock stars would be ushered in by their people. Pierre would be sitting there, and instead of Pierre lighting up, we would see the rock stars light up. And just
without a doubt.
You know what I mean?
Without question. The thing about Pierre was that it was more or less just his absolute authenticity, towards music and the people that make it. And he was the person and one of the people that played it. You know, anybody that knows our band knows that radio is such a major part of who we are. And Pierre was a major and will always be a huge part of what, you know, our band is. And, you know, I got to tell you, if there's anybody in the band that this hit the hardest, I mean, we all truly knew him and we knew him as a friend, and obviously in the music industry and what have you, you know, he was a brother of ours, and, you know, we just absolutely loved his spirit. But, you know, Zach really, when this news came down, it just really has devastated Zach. And, you know, try not to get too emotional on the phone right now about it, but man, did Zach love him.
Yeah.
You know, and, you know, but you want to understand, you know, the time that he was here, what he gave us and the joy that he gave us. And that's what you remember more than anything.
Exactly.
It's not meant to be cliche at all. You know, he may be gone in a physical aspect, but his light and his love and his spirit is with us always. And that's what you have to remember.
You're raising an excellent point, and it's a point that we've made a couple of times. And it's wild to be here and see, you know, we talked about, you know, what it'll be like it when Pierre retires, and what's going to go on with that. And I'm sure the city's going to respond in kind with something huge. And everyone considers Pierre a friend and a, you know, and a mentor and many other things, many other wonderful things. But to see this happen the way it has happened over the past, you know, 16 or so plus hours, and to see the reaction has been, it's emotional, but it's also inspiring because Pierre was clearly on target with his mindset and the way he approached people, and you're seeing it come back in a waterfall of love. And Preston talks about the hippie vibe. Well, he lived it, and people are responding in kind. It's really amazing to see.
Oh, I think we lost him, Case. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know. Somebody lost the connection. Well, maybe he'll call back in. But Brent,
so we were Pierre and I were just up in New York City at Madison Square Garden back in July for Shinedown's first ever show at Madison Square Garden.
Wow!
And similar, soon as they saw Pierre, I mean, Bush opened up for him, so of course Gavin, you know, big fan of Pierre as well. But just the looks on their faces when Gavin came out of his dressing room and saw Pierre, he lit up because he was just so happy to see him. Same thing with Shinedown, and with the new music video that they just released, 365, they put bits and pieces of clips from the Madison Square Garden show, and Pierre and I actually pop up in the new Shinedown video.
Oh, that's
no
great.
kidding! Wow, I had a moment when we were backstage at Barbecue, and Dean DeLeo of Stone Temple Pilots was sitting next to me, and he was at the interview area, and I sat down, and Dean was kind of looking at me like, who are you, and why are you sitting next to me? He was nice and everything, but he had no idea who I was. Pierre comes strolling in, and Dean is just like, boom, dude, get over here, man, you know, and it was just, they were in awe of him.
Yeah,
right. So we lost him, but Brent is back on. Brent, you there?
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
No problem. It's all good. So it's, you know, having a cheerleader in Pierre Robert for bands such as yourself, because you're definitely one of the bands that he really had a love for and a connection to. When you hear about somebody who's championing you guys like that, you know, how does that feel as an artist to you?
I mean, to be totally honest with you, specifically with Pierre, he was a wealth of knowledge early on in our career. When I go back like 2 decades now, which is wild to even say, I remember when we started coming to Philly and playing and kind of starting to build our fan base, he was a champion, I think, from day one. But the interesting thing about that is there are certain people in this industry, you know, being in the radio industry, being in the music business, where, you know, it becomes their authenticity that is, you know, that got, you know, it's kind of the beacon, and it's the people that you really, really look forward to seeing in all of these different places and these different cities and countries all over the world. And that was really what Pierre was more than anything, was he was a teacher. Every time we would come into the city, he would always have something new that would be going on, or something that he wanted to talk about, or we would find, you know, interests that were exactly the same musically and what have you. But man, what a mentor he was, not only for the industry, but, as people that are being creative and as songwriters, you're always kind of you get judged, you know what I mean? And that's the whole point. Everybody sometimes is a critic, but he was never a critic. He always would find and embrace the quality and what the artist was really trying to convey, because he let the artist talk to him, and he allowed that person to express themselves from all different styles of music. He really was a mentor in a lot of ways, and just a wonderful, wonderful human being.
And Brett, and sometimes at almost the expense of the interview too, because sometimes an interviewer's job is to dig and find the dirt,
right?
And find this salacious thing that's going to make people go, wait, what? But Pierre wanted to know about your creative process, your motivation. Yeah. Why is this important to you? What's the message you're trying to share? And that had to have been refreshing.
It was. And he also had wonderful, comedic timing as well. He could always, steer a conversation a certain way, but it was always lighthearted. Very rarely was he ever. He was, like you said, sometimes people will steer it into, some heavier subject matter, or, whatever the dirt is at the moment, or what have you. And he just wasn't interested in that. He was always trying to convey and let the artist shine to the best of his ability, and that's why he shined as bright as he did.
What's interesting, Brent, is the fact that, and it was mentioned a number of times by various artists, is that Pierre, careers ebb and flow, and there are, highlights and lowlights or whatever. Pierre was always about the music, understood the struggle of the creative process, understood that this is the nature of the artist. And I never saw anyone so absolutely determined to support and encourage and move artists along and lend his voice to supporting what they were doing on projects, off projects, whatever. He was always there. I assume you felt that.
Oh, without question. A lot of times he was the first call when one of our once, depending on what album you pick in our discography, he really was at the top of the list, like Zach said in his post. We would get finished with an album, and once you're mixed and mastered and sequenced and ready to go, and you kind of start your, promotion tour or what have you, he was the one that we always looked forward to. It was he was always at the top, because we wanted to kick it off, the right way, just because of his energy.
Yeah,
it was just brilliant.
Yeah. Brent, this is Nick, and I worked for Pierre for 3 years. And when I worked for him, I helped him compile research when he would be getting ready to do an interview. And he did, and was so prepared. He did more research than anybody I know, and was so prepared. He would have entire pamphlets and pads of paper just filled with notes and questions and ideas. So even in his conversations with you, there were probably 20 more pages that he didn't get to, of stuff that he wanted to ask you about or talk to you about. That's how prepared he was, and that's how much he cared about having a good conversation with you. It wasn't an interview. He really just wanted to have a conversation with you and find out more about you and about the band.
Yeah, and the other thing too is just over the years, really, and truly feeling extremely honored to be able to get to know him as a person outside of just the industry. He became such, a part of our family because of his generosity and the fact that he was so genuine. It's interesting. I remember there was this one time that we were on air together. And then the interview got finished, and I just wanted to continue to talk to him just because he had so much. He just lived in so many different instances and was able to be around so many different really creative people. I remember him talking about how he kind of waited. It ended up being something where I think it was either with the Rolling Stones or it was with Bono, and I think it might have been Bono. Where he got to the location, they were doing a big stadium show, I believe, in Philly, and everybody was like, Pierre, you don't have to wait around and all this. We'll give you a shout when they're ready and this and that and the other. And he was like, no, I'm here. I'm gonna I have my turn. I'm gonna wait with everybody else and just kind of do my thing. And it ended up being something like he waited for 16 hours or something.
Yeah.
But then
we were there all day, Brent. I was working for him at that time. It was in Philadelphia. It was at the Constitution Center, and all the press, all the paper press got to go first, and then the TV, and radio was last. But we sat around and we waited. And then at the end of it, we got this incredible conversation with Bono, who remembers, like you do, remembers MMR, remembers hearing Out of Control on MMR for the first time in 1979. Those memories are indelible for an artist like Bono and U2 and Brent Smith and Shinedown.
And that's what I mean. Like, he just literally, there has never been anyone like him before, and there'll never be anyone like him again. He truly was a one of a kind.
Yeah, excellent.
Absolutely.
Brent, thank you so much. We know he loved you guys. We love you guys, and we appreciate you taking the time out. I know it's nothing for you to do it for a guy like Pierre, but we still appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Hey, for everybody there at the station, all you guys and girls in the city of Philly, listen, we love you all with all of our hearts, and we're going to miss him, but he's always in our hearts, minds, and souls. And what I can tell everybody, from my experience, is somebody like, Pierre, he's always going to be with us. Don't forget about him. Always keep him in your mind and in your heart, and he'll live forever.
Yeah, outstanding. Absolutely. All right, thank you, Brent. Take care of yourself. Brent Smith, guys.
All right, guys. Have a wonderful rest of the day. God bless.
See ya. All
right. Waking up this morning was in ways harder than what yesterday was, because you kind of had to relive it all over again. And I had a dream about Pierre last night. I don't need to go into the details of the dream, but he said one thing. He said, "I'm still here," and he is, and he'll always be here.
Oh yeah.
And I don't really know what else to say other than that.
Well, thanks for sharing that, and that's what we want to hear about from people. And we're going to get a couple of more phone calls because obviously people have been on hold for a really long time, and we're doing what we can. And also there's people who are here. Thank you to Brent Porsche is here, and Jason Fayon is here. We have to talk to him.
Producer.
By the way, I between Nick talking about his time with Pierre, and Jason and Pancake and Ryan Shuttleworth, you guys really need to be in a support group together.
Yeah.
Because the idea of being Pierre's producer is like, it's like, a few weeks before Christmas when you dig out all those lights that are tangled together.
Yeah.
And you have to untangle them.
Every day?
Every day.
Yeah.
That's you guys.
Yeah. We were his producers and his assistants, and we would book travel for him, and we've talked about him getting to the airport. That was just that.
Yeah.
Was a challenge in and of itself.
Well, we know the story of him doing his own arrangements that found him booking a hotel room a month after the event he was hoping to attend, which was the Eagles parade.
Yes.
He said, "Wow, I got a room so easily." Well, it's because it was a month after.
Yeah. I know we're going to go back to some calls, but I wanted to say two quick things. I got to travel with him a lot and go see concerts, which was a blast. And I'm really grateful I got to do that with him. I'm really grateful I got to do a lot of things with him. But for a dude who was late for everything in his damn life, this was way too early.
Yeah.
And he was never early. And God damn it, man. The one time was this. It's just unfair. And on top of being sad, I'm also really angry. And we're all going through all of it. So anyway, I wanted to say that.
No, that's a great perspective to add, Nick. I appreciate that. And by the way, our microphones here in the studio are all open. So, anybody who's here with our staff that wants to come in, feel free. But let me get to some people who have been on hold for a long, long time. We must have gone back to Erin because it says 5 minutes. I know she's been on hold for over an hour, so let me go to her. Hi, Erin. You're on the air. Good morning. Thanks for hanging on.
Good morning, guys. I know it's hard to ask how you all are doing because as much as Philadelphia is hurting, I can imagine all of you are just as sad.
It's very hard.
I wanted to call in. I have been listening to Pierre since I was in diapers. I am 42 years old and remember my parents listening to him, all of MMR, but definitely Pierre the most. I lost my mom in 2008, and it was right around Christmas time. And during his Christmas blocks, he would have people write in cry to this day.
Right.
And I called into the station and talked to Pierre and asked, even though it was I think it was about 2.5, 3 weeks after Christmas when Bowie died, for him to play Little Drummer Boy by Bing and Bowie. And he was tickled that somebody would call in and ask for a Christmas song so close after Christmas. And those moments where he made people feel human, and to hear them and to hear their pain and take that pain and joy, and I don't want to say turn it into joy, but turn it into something that was positive.
Yeah.
It's something that we, us as listeners in the Philadelphia area, can appreciate. Yesterday was a sad day. This morning was a sad morning, waking up, trying to get you guys on streaming just so I could listen from home because we don't have a radio anymore, really. Has been hard, and I really appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to us here in the Philadelphia area and to understand that our pain is just as crazy as yours right now. Preston, real quick, you keep apologizing for crying. Don't do that.
No. It's a natural reaction, but no, I thank you, and I understand what you mean. It's okay. That's how much he meant to us, and it's all right to have these natural emotions. You're right,
Aaron. You raise a point about the holidays, and that's for me some of the most lucid memories of Pierre's. Besides, obviously, the outlandish Liberace-esque decorating patterns that we'd be bombarded with here, when he was on the air, when he was calling out to the people who were coming home for the holidays, when he was that voice, perhaps for someone on Thanksgiving who didn't have a family or for whatever reason found themselves alone, he was there. And it's something we've always said about the amazing part of radio, that friend on the other side of the microphone who's talking to you. But Pierre raised it to a sublime art form. So it you knew when you were having places to go and my wife and enjoying a family life and whatever, I still had to listen to Pierre because that to me was the button on everything. That's what made the holidays the holidays. Listen, here's a little flash. I'm not a huge fan of Alice's Restaurant. But God damn it, I would listen to it.
Of course.
Yeah.
Pierre did something for me, unintentional. He made me Presbo.
Oh my God, he did.
He did.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
People call me that regularly.
That's him.
And he created that. And people grow up with nicknames. And then you can say, how'd you get that nickname? Oh, I was just, I was tall and some people called me that or whatever. Yeah. But can very rarely define it down to who started it.
Yeah.
And
it's a legend.
And now he created that. Somehow or another, I became Presbo, and I love it. And now, I hadn't even thought about that until now, how when I am going to hear that from time to time, I'm going to think of him.
Yeah. Well, he would love that.
Yeah.
He would love that. His love of sort of Rat Pack, Sinatra, God almighty, the Geeter, all of that stuff.
Oh, my
God. It's what made him so special. And his appreciation. Here's a guy, all that stuff predated him, but true to his musical love, he loved all music except for the Pina Colada song.
Right. Casey's telling me I have time for one more call, and we'll break and we'll come back, and whoever can stay on hold, stay on hold. Listen, if you can't, if you've held on for a long time, you can't go any longer, don't worry about it. We do appreciate the effort. Paul is who you want me to go to, Case? All right, let me go to him, and then we'll break after we take this call. Hi, Paul. You're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, man. Look, I got to give you my Pierre. First off, let me say thank you for giving me the opportunity to give it to you.
Of course.
But I'm a black rock and roller baby boy. And I found out that the light bulb was created on January 15th. Pierre Robert said that. On January 15th is also Martin Luther King's birthday. But they never said nothing about it on the radio. So I called the station. And I'm like, yo, man, what's up? I said, Martin Luther King's birthday is today. You told me about a light bulb. What we going to do? all of a sudden, I get a, hold on. Boom. Somebody comes down. I tell him the story. He put me on hold.
Yeah.
Someone else comes down and says, thank you for the story. Boom. I'm still listening to the radio. This is way back when y'all was at Rittenhouse Square.
Right.
And all of a sudden, the program changed. They started talking about Martin Luther King's birthday.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, wow. Cool. Sweat. That's a blessing.
Yeah.
I went up to WMMR that day. I went to the front door and I said, hey, I'm the guy that called up here about the Martin Luther King birthday. They took me upstairs, man, and Pierre Robert was in the room. That was a blessing of a lifetime.
Oh, you know, and to speak to that, Paul, if anybody who
look, we live in the same neighborhood. I lived at 17th and Spring and Mount Vernon. He lived at 22nd and Green. I used to do security in clubs, Trocadero, Fillmore, Tower Theater, CLA. He would come to there, man, and it was like we was best friends forever.
My goodness.
Best friends forever. I have a pipe, a bowl with Jerry Garcia's face on it. I have a card.
Yeah.
I took you to the Camp Out for Hunger 2023. And I told Pierre Robert right there, I was going to leave that to him when I left. No shit. I'm sorry, but
that's okay.
For real.
Oh, man.
So, my daughter is torn up. I didn't even tell her until she got off work. And she's torn up now. That dude, man, that dude was he was real for real.
Yeah.
He was real for real. You see? So, look, let me give you this here. I'm going to give you 2 more, and I'm going to be done for real. Look, they're going to want you to remember 5, 10, 15 years from now when it happened. How did it happen? You tell every one of them folks that it happened yesterday because he ain't here today.
Right.
It happened yesterday because he ain't here today. And also tell, because I'm a retired iron worker, tell Bam Bam that it's iron made.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Paul, dude. Paul, we love you. Thank you so much. And
y'all folks are crazy as fuck.
Didn't say that, but thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul. We love you, man. Take care of yourself.
it.
Oh, my God. What a great story. And how long has he been carrying that emotion for all these years?
So he had that Jerry Garcia bowl, and his idea was he would leave it to Pierre when he passed, not assuming, of course, that Pierre would pass. Oh my God.
Okay, well, we're going to take a break. We have obviously a few more hours to chat, and we're going to have John Bon Jovi on.
I think he's going to be on next. Yeah,
okay,
we're hooking up the audio Zoom with him.
Okay,
now.
All right, very good. So we're going to take a break. We're playing some of favorite songs from Pierre through the morning, and we're playing little music clips like this you hear regularly on his show that he loved so much, and we'll continue on with this. Memories and celebration of Pierre Robert. Stay with us. I never thought would come out of my mouth, but God bless the Grateful Dead. Pierre always gave me a hard time about not being into the Dead. But of course, obviously, just so near and dear to him. It's 8:39. If you're just tuning in this morning, I'm sure you've heard the news by now. If not, Pierre Robert passed away yesterday. It was an extremely difficult and emotional day for all of us, and still is. And we're going through waves of different emotions as we come to terms with what has taken place. We have foregone any formatics on our program today. This is all about sharing our stories and our love for Pierre, and we've got a lot of people to talk to throughout the course of the program, and we're going to do it again tomorrow. There's no way we can squeeze in everything that needs to be put in one radio program.
That's the task that laid out before us. And again, as we said yesterday, Preston, we're going to be asking you to provide us with insight on things that we do and how we proceed. There's some things that are non-negotiable. Pierre's his drops will always be a part of the Preston and Steve show. That's not going away. But just give us some feedback on how you see proceeding. I think the one thing that's clear is Pierre loved this station, loved the events, loved the community outreach, loved the charity, and all the things that he did. I think right now the mindset is to make sure that those remain in perpetuity, because when you're talking about the heart and the soul of the station, you carry on that mission.
He brought people together. He loved bringing people together, and that's just all he did throughout his entire life. And we saw it yesterday here at the radio station. The amount of people
coming in all day,
yeah. The amount of people here right now, coming here. And that's just because that's what Pierre did.
And we yesterday as a staff, as we were going through, the shock of this, it started to dawn on us, was like, oh, we have to work too. And we have to figure out how we're going to do this. So we're doing as best we can just to share that with you. I'd mentioned his love for the Grateful Dead. Pierre loved a lot of great bands, but there were certain bands that were closer to his heart than others. And one of those bands, homegrown, he was there from the very, very beginning, of course, of the Hooters, and the ultimate champion for that band, Pierre Robert, just this past week.
Yeah.
Wonderful video of him and Ryan at the Keswick Theater, Pierre right down front, banging his head along and just having a great time at the Hooter show.
Yeah.
We have our good friend joining us this morning, and it's tough for him and everybody in his group. Dave Uosikkinen of the Hooters is joining us. Hey, Dave, thanks for coming on, man.
Hey, Preston. Tough day. A tough day.
Yeah.
And I had it together, and then I heard you talk about the weekend, and then I just kind of lost it a bit. We spent the weekend with him, and Sunday night, Dallin was texting with Pierre at 6:30 because Pierre was prepping for his interview with Brian Adams, and 6:30, she was talking to me about maybe questions and his love, Brian's love for photography, and Pierre wanting to have it right, wanting to be do a great interview. And I still remember Saturday night when after the show, walking into the meet and greet, and Pierre had his phone out and he's interviewing a couple flew in from Seattle, Brenda and Chris Stuvak, and Pierre was being his Pierre self, interviewing him, and it's such a loss. I feel so bad for all you guys. The crossover. That won't ever be the same. Because the man brought it, and he was so special, and he was a special friend, and I was telling Marissa, who's going to drive Ross home on Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
Yes,
true.
My mother-in-law, But, and when you talked about, Steve mentioned Alice's Restaurant, I'm not such a big fan either. And the fact that he would always be so freaking late for Thanksgiving, that turkey would look shriveled by the time he got there.
Dave, can you tell us a little bit about the early days when Pierre, embraced your guys' music and just became the champion that he was for the band?
Yeah. Well, 1981, I think, is the first time that he ever saw us play. He came, I think he came over to the Chestnut Cabaret, and we were playing, and he was with Joe Bonadonna, and he said he fell in love with the band that night, and I wasn't sure. I don't even remember meeting him, but then we just became friends, and then it was like we were a part of him and he was a part of us from that time on. And then it got really intense 16 years ago when Dylan and I got together, because we would be at everything. I mean, those two were connected by the hip. I didn't even realize how much. So they're brother and sister, and he was my brother-in-law. And but we spent. He was our videos. He was a part of our videos. He was. He had an opinion that we valued musically. What I loved about him with drummers, Preston, he'd see these young bands coming up, and he would tell me about these new drummers. Like, guys, he'd say, "Are you going to see this guy? He smacks the drums. He's great. He goes after it." That kind of thing. His passion for music, and he tried to get me to like the Dead, and and somehow it's starting to work.
Starting to work. Well,
years later,
what a tribute. Let me tell you something, David. The whole issue, with the relationship with WMMR and the Hooters and Pierre Robert and the Hooters. I mean, you guys are forever family. That will never change, and that's a perpetual, and also in honor of Pierre, and also because we adore the hell out of you. But you guys gave me one of my great memories of Pierre, which was at the Christmas concert last year at the Camp Out for Hunger. Pierre was sort of enjoying everybody from Loca, Connie, and everybody, and everybody's playing and doing a phenomenal job. Then you guys take the stage, and Pierre becomes the Tasmanian devil on crack. And I'm like, holy hell.
Your band made him move.
Yes. It was wild.
Listen, and I don't know if people know this, but, and this kind of blew me away. He has that place in Tahoe, and Down and I went to over Labor Day weekend about 5 years ago. We went out there with him, and we went out on the boat, and we're going to take a boat ride. And I thought we were going to be out for like a half hour, but we're out for like 4 hours on the boat. and like I'm finally laying down in front of the boat, and we pull up, and the boat stops. And he goes, "Dave, pull your head up." And I look up, and I'm sitting right at the spot where Fredo took the bullet to the head.
No way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I have it on video. I have that on video. I found it last night. Wow. That exact moment we did, and it looks just like The Godfather 2. Wow. It's that moment. You're looking at the house, and Pierre did that. He thought about that. He planned it, and that place was magical. And to be at Moon Dune with him and to have him do that was just so thoughtful. That was him. Yeah. He was like planning this thing out. And
Dave, that was he loved giving that boat tour. We my wife and son and I got to do it a couple of years ago as well, and
you did?
And so we were tooling around Lake Tahoe with him. He taught my son how to drive a boat, which I will remember forever. We got to see the Godfather house. But I wanted to ask you, Dave, one more Hooters question, because over the weekend, Eric Bazillion emailed me and Pierre, and it was a live version of Beat Up Guitar, and the Town That Rocks the Nation, Philadelphia, PA. Pierre would join you guys on stage for that quite a bit, and he would sing the Philadelphia chorus of it. Do you remember the first time Pierre came out on stage with you guys, literally to sing?
I do, because he started doing it, and it's probably, we're going back, when that song, when we recorded that album, I think it was when our first batch of shows that we started doing, we'd bring them out, and, we'd like to bring them out and sing. So I don't remember the exact show that it was at, but maybe it was the Electric Factory back, that could be, back in, in the 90s at some time. I don't remember the date, but it was always special when he would come out and he'd look out. And, I'm only really disappointed I didn't get him to sing a lead track for In the Pocket, to be honest with you. We talked about that, and I was going to try to find a song for him to do, which would have been a real gas, and you just don't know. I mean, this whole thing is just so shocking to all of us. Life is too short, Warren Zevon would say, enjoy every sandwich, who would have thought that, you know, going to bed, you know, Sunday night, that we would not be seeing him anymore. You know, it's just shocking to all of us, and we're still trying to wrap our arms and our brains around it. And I know your listeners, you know, he loved all the listeners. You know, he would talk about that, and he had friends and people that he met from doing his interviews, and you know, he embraced the song "I'm Alive" because of, you know, mental health, and he would talk about that being, you know, when he would play that song, and he said, if you're feeling like you're down, reach out to somebody, talk to somebody. I mean, he was that guy, you know. He really cared about people, you know. He was a good soul. He's a great soul.
I want you to take this with you, and everyone, you know, who's listening, and everyone who loves and always will have fond memories of Pierre. I posted this, his experience with you, you know, and then going over to Europe with you guys. He, in the final weeks and months of his life, he got to do things he adored with the people he loved, and remember that. And you were a huge part of that.
Oh man, we went to Berlin. We were in Berlin together. You know, we were having breakfast in Berlin, and then I, you know, he's in Sweden with us. You know, it's just something you dream about. You know, like you hanging with your friends and becoming friends just from, you know, playing music. And he was so loved, and you know, he helped us so much. And then he said he wanted to be a part of that. I'll never forget the first time he introduced us in Kiel, Germany. We were in Kiel, Germany. We were playing the show, and he said he couldn't believe, because the Germans are different, man. Yeah. They are different, and that audience is like, you know. He said, I didn't ever know that they could mosh to you guys. I mean, it's like we do Vincent in the Rhine, and he's like, you know, freaking out, and he got up and he introduced us, and people know him in Germany. Yeah, they know WMMR in Germany. Wow. You know, our fan base, they know it, and that's because of him. You know, he brought the love. They were thinking, look at this dude. Are all Americans like that?
No, they're not. The man is an original.
I know. He was a unique character, man.
Yeah. All right.
We love him.
Well, David, we're going to talk to you
for what you're doing.
Of course. Listen, he loved you guys so much, and you loved him. It was a symbiotic relationship. So, but thanks. We'll talk to you soon, David. Okay.
Yeah, my love to you guys, and you know, I'm thinking of you.
All right. Thanks, man. Take care. All right, David Uosikkinen of the Hooters. We're going to talk to John Bon Jovi a little bit later on this morning. Obviously, Pierre was friends with John for a very, very long time, and the Hooters for so long. But he also embraced, you know, newer bands that came in, struck up this relationship with the Struts. They've been tight ever since. Yeah. And the list goes on and on. We have another guest who's joining us from a band, little more current than the Hooters, but they've been around for a while now.
And he loved them.
But at one point, they were a brand new band, and Pierre was like, these guys are great.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about Cage the Elephant.
Yeah.
So we are going to welcome to the show this morning. We have Nick Bockrath from Cage the Elephant. So, hey, Nick, man, thanks for calling in, man. We appreciate it.
Of course. I'm sorry for your loss, everybody. He was
Thank you.
An amazing guy.
Yeah. What were your experiences with Pierre? Did you get a chance to hang out with him socially, or was it mainly, helping to promote the band? Can you share a little bit of that with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So when I don't know if people know, but the other guys are from Kentucky, but I've been in the band 12 years now, and I'm from Philadelphia. I grew up in Westchester. And, so I remember my first time meeting him, I listened to him my whole life. He's just like synonymous with rock and roll in Philadelphia, I remember my first time meeting him was when our Tell Me I'm Pretty album came out, and we came into the studio and got to play some of the new songs, and that was like my first time, writing songs with the band too. And I remember being like really excited to tell him, like, I'm from Philly, which is the first thing anyone from Philly says.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. That's what you do.
But it's a little nugget that struck me was he brought in La Colombe coffee for the band. And man, that was so comforting to me. I was like, oh my God, a man of my heart. Like, and just like him, I literally just did this Sunday morning. We played Saturday night at the Met, and we didn't leave until the afternoon. And my favorite thing to do is just like people watch in Rittenhouse Square and drink La Colombe coffee. And I think I've spent thousands of hours doing that. Mm-hmm. And So that I remember he brought in a bag of his coffee, and I was like, wow, that is something special about our city. And like, I now associate him with that, which, you know, might sound a little corny, but it's like whenever I'm in the city and I have it, I like think of Pierre Robert now. And, but you know, every time we'd come and make a new album, it was always fun having him host. I remember we did a show at Ardmore Music Hall, and he hosted it. And, you know, honestly, that particular show, we all had lost a very close friend like days before. And it was really comforting for me to be back home, but then just be around like a loving guy like him. He was just like the sweetest guy.
Have you?
And I'm very grateful. Last year we were at the Man, and me and Matt got to hang with him for like a solid like hour or so before our show. Like we got like a proper hang. And I remember like my folks were there, and we were in catering, and I was like, hey, Pierre Robert's here. I think we're going to chat for a little bit. And my dad was like, no way. No, go. We'll see you after. That's so cool. You know, and like, you know, I was heard you guys mention that a couple times this morning. Like, he was a total rock star. He was like, you know, just had this like real deal legend aura about him, and just like a beautiful, sweet guy. I'm also a deadhead like him.
I know. Hey, did you play actually Jerry's guitar, his guitar, at Lollapalooza on Jerry's birthday, or was it a like a not a replica? It was his that
No, it's the one that was on like Terrapin Station and all the best 70s shows. It was insane.
Wow.
That's really, really amazing. Yeah, I saw that. And then also I just wanted to let you know that my daughter saw you guys open for Oasis at the Meadowlands, and she's a huge fan of yours. So, you know.
Oh, man.
Really, really cool stuff.
That was a blessing. But, yeah, man, I mean, I'm so sorry for you all, and you know I know that's a huge hole, but I think the thing is when people pass is he's good. He's up there at like check-in with Ace Frehley, like they're good.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. And you know what it allows you to do is it allows you, and Pierre would often say this when we'd lose musical giants, and obviously as you're relaying, no one loved music more than did Pierre. It gives you a chance to look back and appreciate all that they had. You know, people sometimes they become sort of the fabric of your life, but sometimes you got to turn around and look at that tapestry. And this will give us a chance to look at again to revisit all the amazing things Pierre's done. You know, sadly, it's because of this reason, but you raise a good point. And to tie this all into what you said earlier, one of the last pictures of Pierre at a very happy moment in his life was him in Rittenhouse Square, drinking coffee and reading a book.
Drinking La Colombe.
La Colombe. Yeah. So there you go.
No, I saw that. I must have missed him. I was in the park that day.
No kidding. Yeah.
That's insane.
Wow.
Well, he's at the new one up there. But, you know, I was thinking, just what a gift, what a unique life to share what you love with people, and to you know, he was so good at it. He was so good at giving little tidbits about music. I mean, I remember being a kid, especially like Philadelphia had great radio stations, still does. But I remember like getting into Zeppelin and Sabbath and stuff in like 3rd, 4th grade, and like you guys were the station I could turn to. I'm like, hell yeah! So, you know, and then like then hear a new song. What was that? Oh, ask my dad. Oh, that's Joe Walsh. Okay, cool. You know, and learning and discovering music and hearing tidbits, and that was life-changing stuff, and just a beautiful gift he had to be able to share. Just his taste, you know.
Yes.
I mean, not a lot of people can live a life that is just really like truly real deal, like walking the walk, like living in love and sharing
and full
something that comforts us all. You know, music's there at the boring times, music's there at the barbecue, music's there when you're sad, music's there when you're stuck in traffic right now. It's like it's the greatest gift, and he was just so good at sharing it, and so that's just huge thanks to him. And just like my love goes out to all you guys.
We appreciate that.
All right, Nick.
Yeah.
We're all feeling that way too. Thank you for checking in, man. We appreciate it, and you guys keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see you soon. Okay.
We'll see you soon. Okay, guys.
Okay, that's Nick from Cage the Elephant checking in this morning. We're going to have John Bon Jovi a little bit later on.
Yeah.
And yes.
And he's just so right. Like, he was so good at it, and he was such a natural at it, but he also worked his ass off at it.
He did.
Yeah.
It was fun watching the process.
Yeah.
It was fun watching. There was so much magic going on in that Pierre Robert studio. From that magic to the occasional oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Do we have to break now?
Yeah.
Okay, because we have 3 of his producers here in our studio, and there's a 4th running around
stories,
somewhere, and we're going to have to do producer's corner here in a little while. And Kevin Gunn's going to be here too, and he was a producer for Pierre as well. But Jason and Ryan and Nick are here. Pancake is here. But yes, we're John Bon Jovi is checking in with us. So if you're just tuning in, we're foregoing any regular formatics that we follow on the program and just talking all about our friend Pierre. And we'll take a break. We are playing little bits of music, songs that he would like, and also some of his music beds that he would play, like this one. So we'll be back with more in just a moment. Stay with us.
a glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a footloose man. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, well, you might find you get what you need. And I went down to the demonstration to get my fair share of abuse, singing we're gonna vent our frustration. If we don't, we're gonna blow a 50 amp fuse. Sing it to me. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, well, you just might find you get what you need. Oh, baby, yeah. I went down to the Chelsea drugstore to get your prescription filled. I was standing in line with Mr. Jimmy. Man, did he look pretty ill. We decided
WMMR, it's everything that rocks. The Rolling Stones, and you can't always get what you want. Another one of the bands that was just absolutely the world to Pierre Robert, Mick Jagger and company. You know, he was his love was so deep for the Stones.
I remember when he went down to the show down in Florida, and there was an impending storm. But he got to go out on the stage. You remember that whole process?
I was sent video of that last night, and he was a kid in a candy store. He walked down the ramp where Mick Jagger was going to prance down later. He got to see Charlie Watts' drum set. He loved the Stones. He got to interview Mick a couple of times. We waited outside the hotel in Toronto for SARS Fest in 2002, and Mick walked past us, and we got a "Hi, guys," as Mick was walking outside.
Hi, guys.
And my Uncle Michael loved that song, and a few years ago, for my Uncle Michael's birthday, Pierre sent that song out to him, and there are just a million people who have stories of Pierre doing something like that for them.
Music is the biggest trigger for me when it comes to emotions rushing back, and like, you know, that song's 7 minutes long, so I cried a couple times during that song. But Casey played Golden Slumbers yesterday, and it's just like, boom, I will forever associate certain songs with that man. Because he had presented that to us, and you know, for so many years. We have so many people on hold. We got a lot of people to talk to. We're waiting here, trying to track down John Bon Jovi. He's supposed to check in with us at some point. But our friend from Phil Abundance, the CEO, Lori Jones, wants to call in with a comment. So we will go to her. We're going to be seeing Lori for Camp Out for Hunger. Hi, Lori. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. You have my sincerest condolences. What a loss for all of us.
Yeah. Thank you. And Pierre just absolutely loved what you and the group does at Phil Abundance. I'm sure he conveyed that many times to you.
He did, and that's why we are all so heartbroken. He so much is the heart and soul of Camp Out, right? Like, he always said, how do we make sure we elevate, lift up the stories of people with lived experience? It was all about everyday people and how through Camp Out you could support them. So we love his spirit, and we'll miss him terribly. Can't imagine how much you guys will miss him. And we're so grateful to have known him, and our hearts go out to all of you.
You know, you mentioned the Camp Out. Obviously, a huge part of the push was making sure that Pierre was out there every day as well. He had so many stories that resonated with him. There was the story of the gentleman who took, like 3 or 4 different types of public transit to get out to the event and donate. Pierre would provide that emotional core that resonated. And I know, Lori, this year we're not being hyperbolic. We're looking at something that's going to be pretty daunting. And then to be down the energy and power of Pierre. But the truth of the matter is we'll honor him by doing the best we can and call upon people to be a part of it. But he'll be there in spirit. He'll always be there in spirit because he's the heart and soul of MMR. And as you observe, the heart and soul of the Camp Out for Hunger.
And so we will miss him, but you said like his spirit lives on. Part of his legacy is really this idea of like supporting people and the way you guys really mobilize the whole community to love on and support each other through Camp Out, the way you're calling in today. We love that. And just one more story, because, this is all about music too. At the Bruce Springsteen show, we had people who had themselves, benefited from Phil Abundance, who worked there and said, hey, I want to give $10 like that. And that's so much what Camp Out is about.
Right.
And then Pierre, just in his quiet Pierre way, decided to buy pizza for all of our volunteers. Yep. Like in big and small ways, he so got this. And so I again, can't imagine what you guys are feeling. I know that we're in tears over here at Phil Abundance, but our hearts and soul, like we want to love on you guys. You have our condolences, and we will do everything we can to keep the spirit and his legacy alive.
Excellent. Thank you, Lori. We appreciate it. We'll see you soon for Camp Out for Hunger. Take care. Lori Jones, Phil Abundance.
Love you guys.
Love you too. CEO. Do you remember, there was, we got done with the first day of Camp Out, and we had a good morning that morning. Or actually, no, the beginning of the week is usually pretty slow.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh my God. We're like, there's no way we're going to get what we want to get. We're like, call Pierre.
Right.
Yeah.
Call Pierre. He needs to come down here and broadcast too. And that's how that started.
Yeah.
Because it used to be just us. And then we had one year where it was like the first day was slow and we're like, oh my God, if it's going to be this way all week, we can't do this. We need support.
We need all Pierres on deck.
We need all Pierres on deck. And that's what we did. And I know, gang, you've been on hold for a long time. Those are on the phones. I'm going to do my best to get to you, but we have so many people coming through here physically that want to talk as well. And we have essentially producer's corner here on the Preston and Steve show. And I want to echo off of something that Lori said. First of all, obviously, Nick was a producer for Pierre for a stretch, and Jason Fayon and Ryan Shuttleworth, the current producer, and Pancake is here, and they're all in our studio. Marissa told me something. I don't know which one of you guys can confirm this or not, but Marissa said there was a little secret thing that Pierre would do from time to time. Listeners would either email in, call in, text in, or whatever it was. And, you know, and it's a regular thing in radio. They'll ask you for tickets. They'll ask you for concert tickets. And sometimes it comes with a story behind it too. My father has cancer, or this person is this is important to them for whatever reason. And I never knew this. I don't think anybody knew this, that Pierre would sometimes purchase tickets and he would send them tickets. Pierre, Pancake?
Yes. Not sometimes. He did it. If he went down the hall and we didn't have them in the promotions office, almost immediately he would say, go to the website, buy them the tickets. I would buy them the tickets, and when it would come back to me, we would have to adjust the ticket and sort of edit it in pictures so that they couldn't see that he bought the ticket. He didn't want them to know that he got them these tickets from and it was for nothing. No one ever heard about it. No one.
Did any of you guys know?
I
did not know.
You listen. I'm not surprised to hear it.
No, but you didn't know. I didn't know.
And some of the shows were
not cheap.
Not cheap. Some of the stories would just hit him in a way that He felt everything for people and wanted everyone to see the show of their dreams. And if he could make that happen, he was going to do his best to do it.
He did it last week.
No kidding.
Did it last week.
Wow. I know it hits you guys even harder than most of us here because you work so closely with him. We work closely with him. You guys spend hours upon hours every day. You know, and organizing his life too, which I know was an uphill battle.
That was mostly Jason.
Was that you, Jason?
Oh my God.
Well, it was an uphill losing battle, by the way.
That's true
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I was the lucky producer to go through all his audio, backing up everything. So I tried to organize at least that part of it. I don't know if the photo exists of his office at that point. That was certainly not organized. Or so many other things. And we all contributed in different ways. Mine was, I think the big thing was on the audio side and doing that organizing of all his interviews and digging up old clips of things that were on reel-to-reels. And I mean, it was a mess, but when I went through it, it actually had some decent organization.
Yeah. Jason, if you don't mind, and if it's too emotional, you don't have to, but, and I'm getting choked up thinking about it. You were telling me off the air what it meant when you started with Pierre. I know it's going to be hard, man, but it's certainly worth sharing.
Yeah, it was world changing for me.
Yeah.
And I was young. I was in my early 20s. I didn't know who I was at that point. But I, like a lot of people that work here, grew up listening to the station. I grew up listening to Pierre. And so when I did an internship, I was a communications major in college, and I did an internship here because of Pierre. And then I got this just world-changing opportunity to produce his show. I was in my early 20s, and it was just this dream come true. And at that point, I was still learning who I was, and my dad was declining from dementia, and he really filled that void for me, and a father figure. I mean, not just a coworker. It was, giving me guidance in life. And so many of my values now are from those 10 years of producing his show. And last night when I got home, my 12-year-old knew that this had happened, and I was really sad. And so I walked her around our house and showing her, Pierre got me this. The framed Rolling Stones pictures when we interviewed Mick and Keith, and he knows, like Steve, I'm a big Genesis fan. I have this huge Genesis poster that's signed by
Phil and Tony and Mike and that he got at one of those rock and roll auctions. I'm sure he spent an arm and a leg, but he knew that I love Genesis, and that's there. And I'm wearing the shirt he gave me, and then my 12-year-old made me a cup of tea, and it's in a Pierre mug, and like so many things there. And those are just physical things. But what I'll be able to tell her as she grows older is what he meant to me personally, and what I carry on with. I mean, that's living the person or what they meant to you lives on after they pass. And what I do just as a father, I mean, owning a business, I make sure the customers that come to my place know who I am. I shake their hand. I mean, that's all from Pierre. The influence from Pierre. It all cascades, right?
It really does.
Yeah.
It's so important. And when he tells the listeners, and he did all the time, that you're our customers. We're not here without the listeners. I feel the same way in my business, but when he said that every time, he really, truly meant it. And I know we all mean it and say it too. And I know the listeners know just how much that they meant to him.
It's fascinating to me because he taught us so much about radio, right? And how to be a good radio person and a radio producer. But I'm sure you guys will echo this. He taught me more about life than I could ever repay him for. I owe him a debt of gratitude that I'll never be able to repay. I tried to tell him as much as I could that I loved him. I wish I could tell him again today, right now. And Kevin Gunn just got here too, and so I want to hear his thoughts. But the one thing that I think about Pierre a lot is that sometimes being a producer or an assistant or whatever can be a thankless job, and that was not the case with Pierre. He always made it a point to thank you for your work, for being there for him, to help him. Absolutely. And the gratitude was in both directions, and I love him for that.
One of the things that Pierre always made a fuss about, he said the biggest and most proud thing of his career was when he did the morning show.
Gulp.
He would deny that he ever did mornings, actually. And Kevin Gunn is indeed here with us this morning, who is his producer on that morning show.
It was a really strange setup because the station had tried an experiment with something called sports rock.
Oh, yeah.
Before that. So
he was a perfect guy.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
It didn't go well.
Right.
And so the station went off the rails. And to get it back on the rails, they went to Pierre and say, can you go and take over mornings so we can go back to emphasizing music? He was all about it, except he was a night owl and just did not go to bed till late. And so that was a bit of a challenge. Also, as you guys all know, keeping with the morning show format and clock is a lot more demanding than middays. So, and afternoons. So that was a challenge with Pierre too. His lifestyle was miscast for mornings, but he was the remedy for what the station needed, and he did so.
Stories are legendary of you trying to corral that guy.
There were some really difficult times at the radio station here where there was not a morning show that was consistent. It's sort of in between the end of the morning zoo and its heyday and really the beginning of the Preston and Steve show. But the constant through all of that, the thing that kept the radio station going was Pierre Robert. And he did it in mornings, and then when he got back to middays, and he was the rock that kept things going that whole time. And I don't think that this is, I think that this is true. I don't know if the radio station would have existed for as long as it did if not for Pierre Robert being here for as long as he was, because he kept it going and his heart was there the whole time.
Yeah. Kevin had mentioned formatics, and I have to do this. We've forgone all of our format this morning, but we do have people that support this program, and I need to mention that a portion of our program this morning is brought to you by Two Stones Pub.
Yes.
And, of course, they lift your spirits with the No Sad Brew, and our collaboration with 2SP Brewing and Two Stones is benefiting Camp Out for Hunger. So go to WMMR.com/campout, and you can find a location near you. And you know what? And Nick said something, and I used the word earlier this morning, is constant. Yeah. And that's what has been... That's what he had been at this radio station this entire time, and for this city is a constant, something you can always count on for what you get from them. You know what you're going to get. I mean, sometimes you didn't know what you're going to get, but that was great.
Yeah, there are those days.
Right.
Left turn.
Sometimes we don't know.
But just he's always there. Always there. And that's one of the hardest parts about this. It's absolutely one of the hardest parts about this, Jason.
Yeah, I don't know if you all remember the Rock of MMR Award. That was Pierre's idea. It was to people in the station of who really make the station special. Pierre came up with that idea. It was literally like a trophy, and it had a big rock on top. It was not the lightest trophy.
Yes.
But Pierre really was and is the rock of the station. And it just seems so unthinkable that he's no longer with us.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you this. I mean, obviously, and we're going to continue, obviously, acknowledging this force that we all love and adore and consider a family member. But, we move forward, and the charge is to how we go about honoring him in the long term and doing the things that he worked on for so long, that he loved about this city. It's not going to be, we're not going to put it in a drawer, his legacy. We're going to savor it, relish it, keep it constant, and try to do the best we can. We'll never equal it, but we'll, there's the rock.
Marissa just brought the rock.
Oh, my God.
Don't break it.
Wow.
It's as heavy as Marissa.
This is a giant rock on top of this. Yeah.
It was an award that would be handed around within. It was just we would have it at meetings, at staff meetings. Real quick, because we have another caller on the line I'm going to go to that is part of the producers collective. What was Kevin Gunn? What was your time frame? What era? How many years with Pierre as a producer?
93 to 96 full time, and then I was kind of like down the hallway.
Yeah,
but
doing production.
93 to 96.
And then Jason, you were next. And when was that? Or
No.
It was you, Nick.
After me, there was an assistant, and then Michael Anthony Thompson. I followed Michael Anthony Thompson. Jason followed me. Pierre Pancake followed Jason. Ryan followed Pancake.
Michael is on the line, so we are going to go to him. Hey, Michael, thanks for joining us this morning.
Good morning. How are you?
All right, so you're in good company. You're with fellow veterans here this morning of the Pierre Robert full-on experience. What's going through your mind, Michael?
What's going through my mind are a lot of memories, and it's crazy. And it's being a part of this group and the MMR family. I was only there for a short time, right? Wanted to be in radio. I was a fan of Pierre all of my life, and I'm one of the lucky few who got to spend some time with him. And so hearing Nick and Jason, and I've become friends with Nick and Jason, and we still stay in touch. I'm going to miss the random texts from Pierre that we still constantly talk. I just got one not too long ago. And what Nick said, I just texted Nick a few minutes ago. Pierre said to me once, first seek to understand and then seek to be understood. And it was the right time in my life with the right person. The universe put us together. And I use that every day in my life. I share it in all my trainings. It's something so simple. And it just was the guy, the influence of life and perspective and advice. It was the right time for me in my life, and he was that guy to kind of put me in the right direction. So
yeah, Michael really defined the role as of what the producer was, and then I came in and did my part to botch it up as best as I possibly could. And then Jason, but Michael, none of these guys sitting to my right would have had jobs if not for what Michael started, and so you really created the role and shaped it into what it became. And then I did it for 3 years, and then Jason for 10, and then Pancake, and then Ryan, and it's just remarkable.
Nick, if you remember, we had the emails are back to 1989.
Yeah,
Pierre answered every single one of his emails. I got him caught up before we left. I can't tell you how many. He would dictate them into a recorder, and we'd type them up. I would type them, he would sign them, and we'd mail them out. And the secret ticket thing, that was one of my favorite things. No one knew about that.
Yeah.
I used to drive down to Steve Glassman's to pick up tickets to mail out from a letter. We bought in sync tickets one time.
In sync. Not necessarily an MMR artist.
No, that's so wonderful.
But that's how much the listeners meant to him, And something that happened in Jason and Pancake and Ryan's era was that if somebody would call in and request or Workforce Block or email in and request one, Pierre would often send MP3s of him playing them. And I got one sent to me yesterday from a listener who was going through a tough time in 2020, and he dedicated a block of Dave Matthews tour, and people would hang on to these MP3s because it was Pierre speaking to the entire MMR audience, but also speaking to just that one person.
Yeah.
And that meant so much to him to connect to the people on an individual level. And I think I'm talking too much, but you guys can.
No, not at all.
What I'm saying.
No, you are. Also, I became a fan of La Colombe as well because that was one of my right? On the way in. Yeah, I would get the text, hey, on the way in, get me La Colombe, get yourself one, get a muffin. 2 muffins, 2 coffees.
Let me ask you, because we're asking a number of people, what was the most bizarre acquisition, or what was the most bizarre from left field task Pierre asked you to complete as a producer?
Nick, you're giggling like you know already.
I got one, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Well, all right. For me, it was the trip to Las Vegas. So this was before Preston and Steve at MMR. The Philly guys were the morning show, and we broadcast live from a Pearl Jam show in Vegas. We did a great promotion. It was called Home and Away. And so you would see Pearl Jam. You'd see a band in one city, and then you'd see them in Philadelphia, and Metallica, and Linkin Park, and Pearl Jam, and a whole bunch of other ones. And so we flew a plane load of listeners out to Vegas, and Pierre and I went out to do a broadcast, as did Mike Missinelli and Vinny the Crumb, and I don't think Joe Conklin came, but those guys were there. So I was in charge of all of that as well as the engineering broadcast of it. And it started at midnight Vegas time because that's what time the morning show had to get going. Philly time. Anyway, I didn't know what I was doing, so Rodney Bird walked me through all of the steps, and Pierre went out and was enjoying Vegas and having a good time. And I'm trying to engineer the damn morning show broadcast, and we get through that, and Pierre wanders his way back in, and we finish up our show, and we're hungry. And so Pierre's like, "Why don't you just order up some food? We'll get some room service, send him up to the room, and order us some omelets." And so I did, and he's like, I don't know, whatever, the Mexican omelet. And I said, okay. And so the Mexican omelet had chorizo.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're in the room, and we're celebrating the finish of the broadcast, and we're hungry, and we've been traveling for a day straight, and nobody slept at all. And the omelets show up, and we're hungry, so we started wolfing them down. And about 5 minutes later, Pierre turns to me and he says, "Hey, Nick, what is chorizo?" Well, it's a Mexican sausage, Pierre. And if you didn't know, Pierre was a vegetarian, and he just says, "Excuse me for a moment." Goes into the bathroom, promptly vomits all of it out.
Yeah.
But then we went to the Pearl Jam show that night, and heart open for them. And at the end of the day, the broadcast was the most important thing to him. The concert was the most important thing to him. So that was the first one that came to mind.
I had to drive his dog up to the Cape.
Lucy, Lucy.
Yeah. And actually, it was a great adventure. He didn't particularly like driving, so every August he'd go up to the Cape, up to Provincetown, and but he wanted Lucy to be with him. And so I drove Lucy up to Provincetown in his car, and then I stayed.
Yeah.
For a bit, and it was amazing. And then I flew back. He also wanted his car, just practical purposes. So I flew back, and then at the end of his vacation, I then flew back to Provincetown, got the car, and got Lucy, and drove all the way back, and then he was able to fly back.
I want to ask Pancake because Pancake. This is my impression of Pancake. This is for the video audience, because anytime I would ask him a question about something, Pierre, it would go like this. The response would be, his eyes would go up, his head would go back, and he would shake it like this. Yeah. And so you had to have had a few things happen.
Oh, my gosh. I mean, mostly the biggest issues that we had were, hey, we have an interview with Dave Grohl. It's at 5:15, so I tell him the interview's at 5 o'clock, and he's still 25 minutes late. He's tearing across the parking lot and thanking listeners for listening to the show.
Right.
And just cannot seem to understand that time thing that everybody else understands. So he would, it would be a Sunday night. It would be, 8 o'clock at night, and all of a sudden my phone rings, and hey, I'm in Chicago, and it's raining here, and I think I'm going to be able to make it back tomorrow, but just in case I don't, so look up 12 flights for me that are not in Chicago because I can't get anything here. I'm going to find an Uber to go to another city. And
go to Milwaukee and fly from there.
He would, can you check the weather for me in such and such, and he just it was everything. But he always wanted to do everything. You were talking about the show in Miami, and that show was forced a day early because of a hurricane. So he had to adjust everything. The whole schedule got adjusted, and it's just on the last second. Like I need all of these things, and I need to leave on my flight in an hour and a half.
Right.
You know, and all of us know. You immediately go, that's not possible. And you start clicking on the computer. And you just frantically do it. You sweat
Not
so
possible.
much.
It's like the Devil Wears Prada.
Yeah. It's like the Devil Wears Prada.
All right, we have time for one more quick story from Ryan, and we got to take a break. But Kevin, I want to talk to you some more, so stay where you are if you're cool. All right, cool. All
Sure.
right.
I mean,
All
just to piggyback off of the Rolling Stone story, I remember I was filling in for Jacky that night, and he just called me frantically like, oh my God, I just got out of the Stone show. It was such a remarkable thing. We brought him on, and then just put on the taxi driver that was trying to take him to the airport. I love the Rolling Stone. I love MMR. And I'm like, he made friends everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere that he went. It was... I mean, and also with the lateness, my favorite story was we were leaving for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when Bon Jovi was inducted, and I had heard all the horror stories about flying. So our flight, air quotes, was at 3:30. It left at like 5 o'clock, and of course we were late. And he's panicking. He's like, "We'll get another airplane." And it was when physical tickets were all the rage, and I'm like, "No, we're fine. Let's just get through security." So I handed him the physical ticket in the TSA line where he realized that the flight was a little bit later than he anticipated. And I could see that he'd like finally realized the time. He turns around to me and just goes, "Oh, Ryan, I am so pleased that you lied to me." Because we definitely would have missed this flight.
Yes.
Thank God we did.
Absolutely.
We go through, he goes off to get a cup of coffee, and John Lodge of the Moody Blues is just mulling about, and I'm just like, Am I still drunk? Like, is that who I'm seeing? And just, I was like, please go. So thank God we lied about that.
Oh, that's wild.
I told him that my wedding was at 12 o'clock. It was not. It was at 12:30, and he was still late. But he was on time. Everyone was in their seats, and I am ready to walk up, and here he comes as quickly as he can. He didn't have any binders, but
I just saw that at Connor Betts' wedding a couple weeks ago. Same thing. Ceremony had already started.
I was the reverend essentially, and I'm sitting there, and I had this lovely speech, and I thanked, said nice things. I snuck in a gadzooks and a great day in the morning.
Yeah.
I got 2 sentences out, and all I see is him slither in. And there's just one moment where there was a pause in the speech, and all you could feel is me just staring down the aisle.
I love it.
Of course.
I love it. Well, thank you guys for those stories. Everybody, stick around. The mics are open. Michael, thanks for calling in, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, take care.
Sorry, guys.
All right, so we do need to take a break. So we'll come back with more about Pierre Robert. If you're just joining us, we're dumping the formatics. We're just talking about Pierre, and we do have some guests planning on chatting, and I apologize to those who've been on hold for hours now.
And I've actually lost track of time. I don't even know if we're on time or anything right now.
Well, we'll take a break and we'll find out. So stay with us. We'll return in just a moment on MMR. That rocks. Preston and Steve show paying our tribute to Pierre Robert this morning. He loved that song. He loved it so much. And I can't help but think about what that song means. Yeah. And while listening to it, I was thinking about the last time that I spoke to him on Tuesday, in that, I can now freeze this moment a little bit longer, which is what that song is about, taking the time to acknowledge and realize this is a special moment, and I need to make it last as long as I possibly can. And I didn't do it at the time. I didn't know, obviously, that it was the last time I was going to be talking to him, but I'm reliving it and going back, and it was such a wonderful interaction that we had. I already talked about it earlier this morning. But it's that message. Pierre and Jason, you know this. He would always, anytime he played that song, he would drive that home. Listen to this lyrically. This is great advice. Acknowledge. We don't know how long we're going to be here, and this is the illustration of this,
Yeah. He knew how big a Rush fan I was, and there was a stretch where I was on before him on Thanksgiving, and I'd always end my portion of the day with that song, and I've loved it just being a Rush fan. But when my dad declined, that really rang true to me, that song. And I'm like, I kind of explained to Pierre what it meant. And then he's given me shout outs every year he plays it. And it started to really mean something for him too. So that song will always, that's going to be the one that really,
it'll bring the
now it's taking on a new meaning for me. And it's a really good meaning, even though it already was, but it's even better because it'll remind me of him.
Ray Koob is in the studio with us. Hey, Ray.
Hey. I just want to say, first off, condolences to everyone listening and all of us in here. I haven't seen all these faces in the same place in a long time. And our radio family is together, and you guys have done an amazing job of helping us on the inside. I don't even know where to start. You talked about so many things that kept sparking memories. The guys who were all here, the producers panel.
Yeah.
I remember a time, I wasn't sure, Kev, if you were before me. I know you worked with Pierre before me, and then there was no producer. At one point, he had an assigned human, and that varied. And so, like, when he would go out, I actually posted a picture of he and I out on the street at Rittenhouse Square outside the Wellington that was taken 40 years ago. The first picture Bill Kane ever took of Pierre on the street, and he's taken thousands of them since then. And I was thinking of that kind of stuff, where you went out with him, and there was a few things he did himself all through those days, and that was keeping the workforce blocks straight, the letters, and all this stuff. So he had a lot of stuff in the bag when he would come in, and somebody talked about his lateness. Pierre's standard time will live forever at this radio station. Yes. I will guarantee it. And left turns will be followed regularly. Sorry, Chuck. But you realize, what were we talking about? The assigned humans were the predecessors to the producers. And eventually, we didn't have that many interns even then. So eventually he got an assigned intern, and they became the assigned human. But so you could go out onto Rittenhouse Square at any time with the Marty. You knew somebody where you guys were talking about rolling on the river with him. And I still don't know how they kept it from dying in the river that day. I really, the Marty unit, I know how fragile those things are, but those are the kind of things that could happen when we were in Rittenhouse Square, especially.
There was something wonderful to watching watch Bill Weston have a full-blown coronary as he's taking moments out on the street. I remember at the Camp Out for Hunger, Bill's like, where is he? Where is he? Is he by Citizens Bank Park? Where is he? And he's out. He's actually stopping traffic and talking to people.
Let's bring him in real quick.
Yeah.
But
Here he is.
here. So
wait a minute.
What's up, Ken?
Presbo?
I was going to say you could take my mic.
Oh, no, it's okay. We have Bill Weston. Hey, man.
Oh,
thanks for being here.
It's just the shock and the sadness, and then the shock and the suddenness of everything, but just hanging out with everybody who feels the same way, sad and shocked, and trying to deal with Philadelphia, this radio station, this cluster without Pierre. It just, it's otherworldly. I can't, but
I remember your profound respect for Pierre, and also the mother God, what is he doing now? It was the ultimate dichotomy. You revered him for the legend he was.
No remorse.
No remorse. One of the great stories, and that was a wonderful thing. You guys had a mutual respect, and there would be a lot of side eye between the two of you. Like, why won't he let me go absolutely bonkers? And you're like, because I'm the program director.
That respect grew.
Yeah.
The longer I knew him and appreciated him, but. I told this story the first time I heard Pierre on the radio. He was down at Citizens Bank Park rubbing his toes in the grass, and I'm going to my wife, if I take this job, that blank is going to stop.
Oh, yeah.
Right? That was my words. It's like, who is this guy going on for 7 minutes about how good the grass feels between his toes? And that is exactly what made Pierre special. He would risk, he would take the time, instead of doing a 60-minute speed break or 60-second speed break on something. He's going to tell you all about the wonderfulness of this beautiful stadium and the silvern culture of the grass. And it's like, really? And later on, you hear something like that, and it's like, I get it.
That's it. You got it. Yeah.
So it's funny, Bill, because you and I have two very different memories of that exact moment, right? And yours was, oh my God, what am I getting myself into as his boss? And he won't shut the F up. But mine was, and will forever be, being at that ballpark with Pierre Robert and rubbing my feet in the grass too, because he encouraged us to do it. And we did it at Rittenhouse Square, and we got to do it at the ballpark. And that's a memory that I'll have for the rest of my life. I got to take my dad to the ballpark that day too, with John Brazier, who has some incredible Pierre stories as well. And it's just funny because like we all have these connections to different moments in time because of him. He is this glue, this through thread for so much of our personal and professional lives.
And he would risk knowing, as a program director, ask Chuck Damico, the captain of this ship. It's like there is a certain, if I'm going to describe this can of soup, I can do that in 45 seconds. Pierre might take 3 or 4 minutes, right? Because of the intrinsic qualities of the soup and the benefits or whatever. Go on and on,
Yeah, well, I mean, that was the hardest thing as a producer was sitting down with you and you telling me, why is the Daily Planner 10 minutes long? Because you'd be like, he could do the Daily Planner in 2 minutes, and yet it's 10 minutes. How can you get him to shrink it down?
To 6.
Right.
Can we cross off Latvian folk dancing?
Kevin Gunn, share the news story.
The news story.
News.
Oh, news.
The news. So, as we mentioned earlier, formatics in the morning are quite, strict. You've got a window for traffic, a window to hit sports. You got to drop commercials and all this stuff. Pierre had a rather casual relationship with the clock and those rules. So me on the other side of the counter, the desk, trying to get him to stop, I would put my fists together and break them. We got to break. It's a
standard symbol, right? Yeah.
But that was soon ignored. And so eventually I got around to other things. At one point, we were about to miss traffic, and traffic was sponsored, so it's an important part of the business.
Right.
He keeps talking about a band. You can guess. It doesn't matter. He did it about all of them. But I try to get his attention in a dramatic way. So I take the headphone cord and I wrap it around my neck. And I pull it and snap it. And it stunned him. And it was like I kind of reached across and slapped him with a visual because we had to hit traffic and sell it. So anyway, another time, same thing. He's going on, and I pull out a picture of my 3-year-old son, and on a little card I had, if not for me, at least for him. and like that, and I hold it up, and he broke up laughing and said, "Okay, we got to go to break."
Oh, that's
so
great.
We had to get clever to get him to cajole. But there were other things we had to use in the morning in those days too. So the news story.
Kevin, I always considered you to be the historian of the radio station. I would come down the hall before you were fired. I mean, sorry, something was stuck in my throat. Before you retired. But I would come down the hall and there were these boxes of photos, and I would reach in them randomly and I would pull one out, and I would say, "All right, Kevin, tell me about this." Oh, that's so-and-so. They worked this and that. They were in our promotions department. And we had this and blah, blah, blah. And we'd tell all these great stories. And it's what I love about this radio station, the rich history. I didn't grow up here. I've been indoctrinated into this in a wonderful way. And I'm considered one of the family members here. But there's so much to this radio station that's so important to the fabric of this town. And once you were no longer here, Pierre was my last source of that. And it hurts a lot to know that I can't go to somebody with those stories that's right down the hall or right next door. There's so many to tell, you know?
Yeah, there are. And I guess over the course of time, we'll find a way to get around to tell them, you know, and just reminisces about him. There are so many triggers. He left such a huge mark on this station and this city that it's going to be hard not to think of Pierre. I was talking with my wife, Sherry, last night, who I met here, by the way. And I just said, you know he was larger than life. But I'm betting he's going to be larger than death, too. I think we're going to carry him around with us for a long time.
Yeah.
And, when we celebrated his 40th, Bill, we went all out trying to get people to talk about their encounters, my encounter with Pierre and all that stuff. Those stories will go on in perpetuity, and we'll all be richer for having known him and carry him with us.
It was Pierre's 40th and also the station's 50th that we did a lot of digging into the archives. And you mentioned earlier about all those plaques and those historical documents and gold records on the walls.
Yeah.
And many of which Pierre produced or had framed on his own dollar, right?
Yeah.
He paid for a lot of that stuff because the history of this radio station was so important to him, but also the here and the now. I walked by the Pierre Robert studio, and I'm so glad we did that for his 40th, and not in the next
too late.
Yes, because he deserved all his DNA is just that legendary Marconi in 4F. Yeah. It's got his stuff all through it. Yeah. I'm so happy at least he got to see that, and congratulations here belatedly to everybody for that honor. But just such a wonderful human being, and yes, as a program director. Maddening at times, right? The self-editing, the inability to show up on time or all those things, but it's what made him Pierre.
I love though, in time, and I've heard over the course of years, people who may have come from out of state, and, they may not have gotten the Pierre thing initially, and then it would start to occur to them, oh, this is a style of radio that I might have heard about, or that this transcends the pukers, as we used to call it. In fact, it's what we play the clip of Pierre all the time.
Everybody, the Bob.
Hey, everybody, it's good to have you on the That's Pierre, about that kind of, and there's a place for those people as well, but Pierre was always so much more, and it was wild to see people get it and understand what it was about.
I was thinking about the guys that I grew up listening to, in St. Louis, Casey, the station, Bill. But they were legendary to me. They were the people that formed who I was musically and what I listened to and what I thought was great radio, and it was. But it was nothing compared to the personality and the originality that came out of Pierre. I mean, not even close. I think,
and also having the room, like he does a sweat set and he's playing Beach Boys and Sinatra and the Dovels. It's like, who are these people? But he felt it, and you could tell that in his heart he loved this idea of playing strange, different music that nobody knew. No, I know people knew it. It was just the idea of a rock station. You play rock, but he was able to, because of all of the grace that he had accumulated through 40 years on the air, that people are going to. I don't know who the Dovels are, but I'll sit through this because the next song will be good, or Pierre's going to say something funny or whatever.
Yeah. We haven't even had a chance, and I just want to tease this. Chuck, we'll get you on here in a second, but we haven't even really played any clips back or anything like that. I think that's going to have to be tomorrow's show. We're gonna continue this tribute tomorrow.
We have a lot, and we thank everyone for holding on the phones.
Yeah, I'll get a call here in a moment. Yeah, Chuck, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, a couple of quick peeks behind the curtain. So. Before PD, I was Bill's assistant program director for about 20 years. And I could tell how bad something Pierre had done just by the sound of Bill's footsteps going past my office. My office was strategically placed between Bill's office and the studio. And it wasn't always a glass wall. I couldn't see how angry or upset somebody was. There used to be a solid wall, and I could even have the door closed. And by the sound of Bill's stomps, I'd be like, oh, let me turn on the radio and see what Pierre's up to. That was great. But one thing that we haven't touched on at all today is a very, very special talent that Pierre had. And I was thinking about this on my way in today, and it is the thing I'm going to miss about him the most.
Okay.
And it was that man's ability to curse.
Oh my God, yes.
Yeah. And with all these producers here, And with Bill here, when something went wrong in that studio, man, it was like every expletive was trying to get out of him at the same time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And people know him as peace and love and all that kind of stuff. But holy moly, could that guy weave a yarn
and turn on a dime, because it would be effing mother and then he would reach over, click, turn on the microphone. 93.3 WMMR. It's everything that rocks. I kid you not. Like in a
You guys saw that.
Right?
That was Yellow by Coldplay.
Listen, Jason and Pancake and wherever Ryan is, I don't know if you guys felt this way. I was scared when he would go that nuts, and like he would. I remember I was here. I worked for him after 9/11 happened, and there would be these like. There would be things that would get in his head. And here's the thing. Pierre was a perfectionist, right? He wanted his show, despite the nature of it, Bill, and it being off the rails all the time. He really had an idea of where he wanted his show to go most of the time. And if it didn't, it pissed him off. And he wouldn't be mad at Jason or Ryan or Pancake or me, but he would be mad, and we would be in the path of that anger.
I could figure out what went wrong by how he cursed. I could be sitting there, la-di-da-di-da, and be like, you mother blank, blank, blank. I'm, oh, goody. Oh, good. Facebook's not opening up. And if it's, I'm like, oh, good, we're off the air. Let me go find something real quick.
He really cursed like Yosemite Sam.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I purchased at least 3 pairs of headphones from a simple malfunction of a commercial fires too quickly, and he finishes the break very nicely, steps back, presses the off button, and smashes. And these are nice headphones.
That was actually my last interaction with Pierre, and it was a text that I took a screenshot and sent to Nick when Rush announced that they were going to be doing this tour. I texted him. I said, "Hey, did you hear the Rush news?" And so he does this voice to text. And the voice to text got it wrong, although then voice to text got the next text right, which was just a stream of curse words. And then it was so classic Pierre and hilarious. And I thanked him for it. I got a good laugh.
That's awesome.
Wow.
I started going through my text chain with him yesterday, which is heartbreaking.
Oh, I haven't done that yet.
Yeah, and it spans back years. But you guys will appreciate this. Hang on. Because the last one had to do with time and the crossover. And I'll just read it to you because you'll understand the language involved.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm wondering if you might have an idea as to best guess as to when they might be wrapping up this morning. Is Bizarre File next? Or more guests? And then I said, the B File's next, and then another break, likely 10:45 or so, thereabouts. Okay, thanks. Drive safe. You know I shall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, we often we're split as to whether we believe in the long run when the story is told and told comprehensively that he savored the fact that we ran late every morning.
Oh, yeah.
And yet still, when we provide him a huge buffer, he'd still manage to come in running as if he just ran to a wind turbine.
Yeah.
You know, you could literally see him bolting across the parking lot 50 minutes into ostensibly after his show has started.
We'd hear, you'd see him, so I would hear you laughing, and then he'd sit at the microphone and it was comical.
It looked like a dog had been hanging his head out the window.
There was speaking about out the window, there was a time where it had snowed, and sometimes we
just thinking about that.
Sometimes we would get hotel rooms to stay, so we wouldn't have to worry about roads being closed, and we could get to work. And so the company would put us up at the hotel, and we were on the air, and Pierre had stayed down here, and he was walking, and I mean,
in like kids,
he looked pathetic. He was not clothed for the snow. He didn't have boots on. There were big puddles, and I just watched him, and I have video of it somewhere, and I narrated it as he was walking through the snow.
He looked like the saddest Yeti you've ever seen.
Oh my gosh.
He takes off the glitter shoes and dries them. He would have to dry his stuff. He'd roll up his pants. He was, corduroy pants to walk in the snow. You're going, what do you mean?
All right. Well, let me get a couple of calls. These people have been on hold for literally over an hour. I'm going to go to Tucker. Apologies, but Tucker, you are on now. Good morning.
Hey, Presbo.
Hey, bud. How you doing, man?
Condolences to Pierre's family and MMR family and all the listeners and Philadelphia and the world.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Tucker, did you have anything in particular? I know it says here you have 100 Pierre stories. Is there anything you wanted to touch on?
I do. I hundreds of them. But the best one was when he gave me a ride home from Ardmore Music Hall.
Okay.
It was his fault I missed the train.
Classic.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. And I put my coat on. I was leaving. He comes running up. He's like, Tucker, where are you going? I'm like, I'm going home. I got a train to catch. Oh, I'll walk you. And you can't walk to a bar with Pierre without 20 people stopping you. And Pierre's introduced me to everybody. I'm kind of like, I got a train to catch. He's, oh, well, this is Bill. You know, Bill calls in, and, you know, and the next person, every 3 feet, we're stopping and talking to somebody.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, I missed the train. I'm like, I don't think I'll make the train. He's like, where do you live? Like, Berwyn. He's like, I'll give you a ride home. I'm like, all right. He goes, I'm not leaving now, though. I'm like,
that's Pierre.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
So, he goes, you know Jacky Bam Bam? I'm like, I haven't met him yet. Oh, come on, I'm going to introduce you to Jacky. So we go over and we end up hanging out with Jacky. I hung out with Jacky and Pierre all night, like till the end of the night. And then he finally gives me a ride home, and we're in the Tesla. He's like, oh, feel the pickup in this thing. He hits the accelerator. I'm like, you know, it's a nice ride. And he came in. He came to my house. I got a couple pictures of him in my dining room. And he was so nice. We're in the living room, and he notices the pictures of my son. And my son had just passed away a year before, and he started to ask me all kinds of questions about my son and you know, about my kids and everything. And he was just so interested and so kind. And he actually gave me his phone number, so I asked him for it. And I only called him twice to see if he was going to a show I was going to, and he wasn't those days, but he answered.
Yeah.
And he was just a great guy.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's a great story.
Thank you, Tucker. Appreciate it, and thanks for hanging on
love
this
you
one.
guys.
Love you too, man.
Okay, we can only take another call or two, and then we got to take a break. Jacky is here, by the way.
Yes, he is, yeah.
I saw him. I don't know
He's
if he wants
afraid to come on because he's really upset.
He is really upset, and it's okay, Jacky. You're amongst a lot of upset people. Yeah. All right, so if you've listened to MMR for any stretch of time, you've heard of Dave McKay, and Dave is on. Dave is a super duper fan, and he's joining us. Hey, Dave, you're on the air, buddy.
Hey, good morning, everybody. I love you guys so much, and I miss this man. I'm going to miss him every day of my life, man. What he gave to me, just not the music, but he made me a better person. He just made me a better person, man. I could be on this air for 4 hours telling you about the experiences I've had with this man, but I'll try to make it short because I know you got to get other callers on. I just want to tell you, my wife passed away almost 3 years ago of cancer, and I emailed Pierre. She didn't want a funeral. She wanted to have a cremation, but everybody that she worked with for years wanted to pay their respects. So I did a celebration of life at the restaurant I used to work with, and I emailed Pierre, and he showed up at this celebration of life with him and Brent Porsche and just paid his respects to me and my wife. You know, and it just meant the world to me.
That's amazing.
It just speaks to him.
I love him with all my heart. You guys, he just not just the music. He just made me a better person. The charities, he made me realize that there's more important stuff in this life. This rescue ride with Bon Jovi and Sister Mary, the coach rides, the Camp Out for Hunger, everything. Just make it important. Just care about other people. And I want everybody that comes out for this Camp Out for Hunger this year to do it in honor of Pierre Robert and just remember his life and his legacy is what he meant to this city.
Absolutely.
Well
David, absolutely.
I love you guys so much. Thank you. And he's in my heart and my soul every day, man. I love you so much. Thank you.
Love you too, Dave. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, we'll get to one more call case. Yeah. Then we got to take a break. All right, we are going to go to Lisa, who's been on hold for quite some time. Hi, Lisa, you're on. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I just want to give my condolences to everyone. I literally got to spend the weekend with Pierre at the Hooter shows.
Oh.
He was up in the front row with Ryan dancing with us.
And
I'm so grateful.
When he was at shows, just joy. I mean, just enjoyment and taking the enjoyment in and giving it out as well.
Do you know how many mouthfuls of Pierre hair I had in my
No. Yeah, it's
we
true.
joked about this weekend. I joked with Ryan. I can't believe I thanked Ryan this weekend for taking care of Pierre. I thanked him for
Lisa, I'm right here. Thank you. That was it was such a beautiful night, like every night and day was and is with Pierre. God, that is the moment that we saw and we felt together. That was Pierre Robert every waking moment, and to share that with you, and I know to share that with everybody at that show and every show and every moment, that was the joy of Pierre's life.
It was amazing. He just was so kind to me. Preston, you will like this. When Getty did his book tour, Pierre knew I was such a fan. He actually surprised me, and he got Getty to personalize a book for me.
Oh.
Who does that?
Yeah.
He did that for me.
Yes.
I mean, he was so kind to me. My mom passed away this year. He showed up at her funeral for me.
Man.
He just, and in Pierre fashion at the viewing, he was the last one in. He was late. The place was getting ready to close, but he wanted to talk to my family, and he was so kind and sincere. I'm fortunate that not only got to spend so many concerts with him, but it became personal. He was so kind to me and my friends, and I'm so glad we got to spend this weekend with him.
Excellent.
He actually, he posted a picture of me on his Instagram this weekend because we went to visit his plaque.
Okay.
I did go to his plaque last night, and I put flowers on there for him.
That's wonderful.
People are doing that. Lisa, you were a part of, I mean, we talk about this. You know, for Pierre, he went to sleep, and that's how he passed. But you were there for the last minutes and you were part of a wonderful experience doing exactly what he wanted to do with the band he wanted to do it with the listeners and the people that meant the most to him. And so you'll always have that. You were there for a moment of extreme joy for Pierre Robert, and that's
we have so many
wonderful.
crazy photos of him from this weekend, but the one I'm going to cherish the most is the one with me, Pierre, Ryan, and Dalen up front at the Hooters show.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you, Lisa. We love you. Appreciate your call.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right. We do have to take a break. And like I said, we've, our formatics are out the window today. We're not doing anything in particular.
I just want to let you know that when our call timer goes past an hour, it just restarts. So if someone's been on the phone for quote unquote 5 minutes,
It's been an hour and 5 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
I've been going
I
to the
didn't
wrong
realize
calls.
that either.
Okay, well, listen, we have to take a break. And the one thing that we are doing is, like I said, we have people that sponsor this program. And without our sponsors, we cannot function. So I want to thank this hour's sponsor brought to you by the Bagster. Buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You can fill it up. They'll pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster dumpster in a bag. Buy, fill, gone. So we will take a break. We're playing songs for Pierre. We're telling stories of Pierre. We want to hear yours if we have time to get to them. We're going to do this again tomorrow. We can't do this all in one show. We haven't even played any clips of Pierre. We'll probably get to most of that tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a wonderful tribute we got to play the audio of that Bryan Adams did last night at the Xfinity Mobile Arena.
You won't believe it.
Yeah, so we'll come back in just a moment, so stay with us, please. WMMR, everything that rocks. Rancid. Pierre Robert was a huge fan of that band. So we're playing radio for you this morning. And radio was his love. It's just the man enjoyed coming to work and doing what he did so much. And there's somebody in this room who I think is a kindred spirit, albeit a different approach. But I've never in my life seen two people that super serve their listening audience more than Pierre Robert and Jacky Bam Bam. You guys seem like cut from the same cloth as far as bringing people together in this medium and music and all of that. Jacky, I know it's so hard for you today.
Thank you, Press. I'm not really good right now. I mean, it's just so devastating. Yesterday, I just threw my phone down. I don't want to talk. Thank you all to text and everybody writing in, but crushed. I mean, everyone's got their stories with Pierre. Like you said, he lived it. He loved the radio and he loved the music. And, you think all these stories for me and Jason Fayon, Gunners in here. I mean, you never see Pierre cry. Loved Sid Mark, loved Jerry Blavitt. I mean, he meant the way the Geeter meant to him, he meant to me. It's like I started next door at YSP with Cousin N, and I'll never forget, we were up at Julian School, Stones, Bridges to Babylon. And I'm raising my hand trying to get the mic, and Jason and Pierre raising his hand. We're fighting, fight wars, trying to get on the air. And that's how I met Pierre and Jason. And Chuck Damico and Rabbi, God bless him, said, man, we love you over here. And Father Frank Lario introduced me to Pierre, and Pierre came to me, and he's like, I heard a lot about you, kid. You love music. You're going to be great over here. And I came over, and Pierre, embraced me, and, taking these trips, Cake was saying, he pull out his own wallet, buy tickets for me, taking me across the country to see the Rolling Stones. I mean, we did Pittsburgh together, we did London together, we did Chess Studios together, and Marcus was telling me, Mother Love Bone, everyone has a story. For me, Pierre, would call my dad, call me when he did the Stones Exile, the reissue. We sat in a restaurant. I bought all my books out. I think he asked Mick one of the questions, and he always would be kind enough to include me, or he would get you a poster autographed. He would go out of his way to make you happy. I mean, just so many great memories of the man. It's hard. It's like a gut. Like what happened? He was just at the Hooters. I wanted to call him on the Bryan Adams because I would always call him, and he'd yell at me for calling him in the middle of the night, calling Kim Sklar and all. But everyone's called me yesterday, and I didn't know what to do. I just threw my phone down. I stayed in my bedroom and cried. And I'm here today, and I feel bad. And everyone's seeing me like this, and news is here and all. But he's my mentor, you know what I mean? I mean, we love music together, and Bill Weston was talking about those sweat sets. It's like me and him, man. We played Village People. We played Chuck Berry. We played that stuff, man. The Last of the Mohicans. So, I'm sorry, man.
No, listen, we're leaning on each other, man. It's,
so
good, buddy. It's so hard and so emotional. Matt Cord is here.
Guys.
God, Matt, you worked with Pierre for how long? I mean,
33, 34, yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Yeah. And I call, I knew something was up when Casey texted me, call me.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's going on?
Yeah.
But, I mean, you guys are doing it right. He'd be so proud of this celebration.
Yeah.
I was thinking, too, I think Pancake brought this up, like, he never got to do a last show.
Yeah.
Could you imagine Pierre's last show on the radio?
Oh, my God.
It'd be a year long.
It would still be going.
Yeah. That was in his contract. That was part of his thing, is he wanted to make sure that, in case anything ever happened, in case, they came in, that his deal was that he was going to have a last show no matter what. That was part of his deal, because he didn't want to be like the King song. He didn't want to be gone. He didn't want to just have this happen. So, the thoughts of, when we set up for his 40th, when we did all of that, the audio, the digging of stuff. And Jason was saying it earlier. He took stuff and made it, legible. Pierre would just record stuff and shove it in a bin. And there's still bins downstairs in the basement right now that are stuff that, nobody even got to go through. But well,
we need to follow through on, and we will in time follow through on honoring Pierre. But the truth of the matter is, again, he was doing what he loved, did his shows, was preparing for an interview, and Matt, he didn't, he wasn't, I lost my voice, or I've been something that would take him off the air, to have to be in a world where what he loved so much was right there, and he couldn't access it and couldn't do it. He was vital and great on air, right to every time, to the last second he was on air, and that was intact. So there was no deterioration. There was none of that involved. It is, as Nick pointed out, taken too soon, easily, by a tremendous amount of time. But what was here and what was left, and the legacy, is inarguably one of the greatest stories, if not the greatest, for a rock DJ ever. And now,
he never called in sick.
Yeah.
I mean, ever.
Yeah.
Take one for the team.
Yeah, you got to play hurt. That's what he'd say. He would come in deathly ill. I'm like, I can't get sick. You need to go. People are sharing this microphone. You should go home. No, everybody plays sick.
It's remarkable that he would use a sports analogy.
I know.
A work situation.
Matt, did you ever go to sporting events with him?
Yeah. So the picture I put on Instagram, we were at a Sixer game a few years back, and the porn star Mary Carey was there. Okay. And she actually got thrown out of the game for making out with a girl courtside. So they throw her in the back in the courtside club, and Pierre, we're back there after the game. He's like, Matthew, who's the girl with the boobs? I need a picture with her. So when I was looking at pictures last night, I'm thinking, like, he's in my head saying, post this one. You got to post that, post a funny one.
Yeah.
And he's got his head's right on her massive jugs. Mary Carey. He's like, what's her name? Okay.
Oh, he loved also what you brought to the station, and of course there was you were responsible for a lot of the more alternative stuff being woven in, and the thing is that Pierre had a voracious appetite for all types of music. He the reverence of the classic, and the hunger to hear what's new and local. And usually over time, all of us have to admit that deteriorates a little bit. The eagerness to what's the new song.
Yeah.
He never lost that.
No, like you guys played, he loved Rancid.
Yeah.
I remember when he saw Rancid for the first time with us, and it was at the Troc.
Yeah.
And it was Rancid opening for The Offspring. And he was like losing his mind. These great new bands.
Yeah.
The
Offspring posted something yesterday. We haven't even had a chance to get to all those. We're going to, continue to pay tribute to Pierre tomorrow morning. But I do want to play this audio that was last night, because Pierre's last interview, now it turns out, was supposed to be with Bryan Adams. Yesterday he was going to speak to him, and then obviously we found out that he had passed, and that didn't end up happening. Bryan played the Xfinity Mobile Arena last night, and he said this on stage.
This morning, ladies and gentlemen, I was supposed to do a radio interview with WMMR. It was a Zoom call. I sat on the Zoom call for 15 minutes, and DJ did not come on. And the reason he didn't come on is because he actually passed away last night. And I want to dedicate this next song to him. His name is Pierre Robert. I feel something for this, and I want to say my deep condolences to his family, and this is heaven.
I'll play a little bit of the song for you, because it's just such a wonderful song for him to dedicate to Pierre. So great of him to do that. So wonderful of him to do that, because Pierre's the only guy that got shout-outs on stage. He's the only radio that got shout-outs on stage
and took bows with bands. I remember the STP show at the Tower. They brought him up to come out for the encore, and he's bowing with all 5 guys in STP.
Yep. And all the while, he's a legend on stage in awe of the musician that maybe had a 8-year career, and he's up there showing maximum deference, never carried away with himself.
I take that back. Jacky Bam Bam gets shout-outs on for bands, too.
Right.
That's
They're
true.
both kind of easy to spot.
All right. Yeah. Well, listen, we want to talk to a family member of Pierre's. Pierre had 3 siblings, Clarice, Suzanne, and Renee. And Renee was a pilot, right?
Yes.
And of course, Pierre ended up being a radio DJ.
As the story goes.
Could have been a doctor.
His
could have been a
father's
lawyer.
audio. Nope.
He's a DJ.
DJ. Radio DJ. Why would he want to do that? I don't know. But we actually have Pierre's niece who is on the line. So we're going to go to Nicole. Hi, Nicole, thanks for joining us this morning.
Yes, great day in the morning.
Exactly.
I wish the circumstances were different, but man, it does feel really good to sit here and listen to you guys and know that we all knew and loved the same man, the same guy. Like from a work perspective, from my uncle and the listeners that are calling in and have the same stories, like things I've heard you guys say is like, he was the glue, captain of the ship. He's the captain of the ship in our family in a way. Like he navigates and makes everything an adventure, an experience, colorful, joyful, wacky, all of the same things. He did love everyone and everything in the ways that you guys knew, including his great citizens. He was a storyteller. Everything was a story. I mean, I didn't know him like a DJ. I didn't know him like a famous person. I just knew him as my uncle. And those are my most cherished, earliest memories is big Robert family Christmases and the stories.
Uh-huh. Absolutely.
Yeah. My grandma died when I was young, but he channeled her presence in a way that made it feel like I knew her and was there for some of these. I mean, most of his stories are actually, they're all funny. They all have a punchline. They do take a while to get there. But he knows where he's going. And, you know, some of his stories are like committed to memory. Yeah. And he can just repeat them in a detail that it's what made him.
Nicole, you mentioned
you
mentioned your earliest memories, and Pierre, as strongly as he connected with everyone he would meet. I did enjoy watching him around children because of his awkward connection to children. It was funny. He would speak to them as adults,
Yes, he would.
and it was really fun to watch. When you were little, what were your interactions with Pierre like?
I mean, honestly, Pierre felt like waiting for Pierre on Christmas Day was like you guys waiting for him to show up on time at work. It was like, okay, so we would have my family, my dad is his oldest brother. My dad is Renee. And we would start in my house in LA is where we lived at the time. And it would be my dad and my mom, me and my brother, and we would open our Santa presents, and it did feel like, and then later we moved to the Bay Area and the traditions continued. It did feel like waiting for Pierre was just as exciting as, you know, Santa coming. Yeah. And it was the same kind of entrance. Oh, he liked to play Santa. Oh, he loved Christmas. I read that somewhere, but it's true. He loved Christmas. He would often shop for his gifts the night before. They were usually wrapped in newspaper. But it was the gesture and the love and the just presentation that he made memorable. So I remember Christmas with him, and I went to Disneyland with him once. I was probably 8 years old, and my brother was 6. This is when we lived in L.A., and he didn't have much experience with kids, especially all day at Disneyland and being in charge. But we met several people. This is the first time where I was like, these people just like, people would stop in LA at Disneyland and be like, Pierre, what's up, man? Is this? And you're just a kid going, God, these are a lot of, like, who are all these friends? These are some characters that come across his path, because it was always met with enthusiasm and just excitement. They were just he's everybody's Santa Claus.
Yeah.
So
Nicole, what you're saying about, and I don't want it to be lost, and we'll make it a big takeaway from today, and we're going to be doing this as well tomorrow. And again, thank you for calling in. You said earlier about not being able to delineate between people, your family recollections, not knowing his status, and the listeners' recollections, which verifies he treated everyone as family. And that's something.
Yes.
That's something that can't be lost, the importance of that.
No. Well, also somebody said he made me a better person. I listened to a caller say he made me a better person. And I have 3 kids of my own too. And we were talking about this, and I don't want to lose the light of what he could bring out in me. It was like this weird joy that just made you feel alive. And I don't want to lose him and that part of me. So I'm going to try to honor that. Also, he was a good uncle, but he was a really good friend. I feel like I know there's some friends listening right now, and I mean, he has friends that he's known like a lifetime of, also way before he was famous. Those stories also, those are some good stories.
Nicole, I got to spend a little bit of time with you and your family in Tahoe a couple of years ago, and what he did there was what he did everywhere, which is gather people together. He just wanted to be with as many people as he could because he enjoyed spending time with so many people, including his family. So on behalf of me and everybody at the radio station, please extend our condolences to Brett, your brother, to Clarice and Suzanne, and to your dad, Renee, because you're all just wonderful people, and I know that this is a huge loss for you as well.
Thank you. It is. It's devastating. But again, thanks for what you guys are doing, and it's a beautiful way. He would be so proud. He would be so happy.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you, Nicole. We appreciate it. And
yes, thank you.
Take care of yourself. We do need to take a break. As I said earlier, we have to acknowledge some sponsors. Although we've foregone any of our benchmarks and features that we do, but I want to thank Worldwide Stereo, brought to you by, this hour is brought to you by, or partially brought to you by, the Better Than Black Friday 3-day holiday savings event back November 7th through the 9th. No one does holiday shopping like they do. Worldwide Stereo, Montgomeryville, Wayne, and worldwidestereo.com. And also thank you to our friends at Metropolitan Veterinary Associates. They're helping out with our Camp Out for Hunger, so you can stop by and donate on Wednesday, November 12th, 8 to 10 a.m. Get a free customized Camp Out for Hunger koozie courtesy of them while supplies last.
And today we were going to be, the plan was to be broadcasting live from Subaru.
Yes.
And they obviously responded, and understand everything, and we thank them for accommodating this, and it wasn't even a question. So.
Right. And tomorrow we're gonna continue this, like I said, because we haven't even played any clips today. We were gonna put aside some favorite moments of Pierre Robert, but obviously this has turned into us and sharing our stories and our encounters and yours as well, and other rock stars and so on. So this will continue on to tomorrow, but we'll take a break. We'll come back. We have one more, and we are we have our Word of the Week prize, and it's tickets to see Rush, who Pierre absolutely loved. So we'll do our letter of the day and our wrap up when we return. So stay with us, please. WMMR, Everything That Rocks, a poignant song to play this morning, The Last DJ from Tom Petty, as we're honoring our friend Pierre Robert with music he loves, conversation he is feeling and knows that the way we felt about him. And this is day number 1 of a tribute to him. Tomorrow we will get to more. Like I said, there was so much that we had kind of in the queue if we needed it, as far as things to cover and to talk and share about Pierre. But we've had so much from our own staff and callers that we have a lot left over, and we haven't even played any audio clips of some of our favorites of Pierre.
Yeah.
We'll probably get into all of that tomorrow morning. We were trying to get John Bon Jovi on. That didn't come together today. Maybe it'll happen tomorrow morning. We'll see if that can, click and whatnot. Ray Koob is going to be filling the space today for
start.
Yeah.
Start. I don't know how this day's going to go at all.
Yeah. None of
I'll
us
start
do.
off.
Yeah. There may be the changing of hands throughout the midday time slot. So we'll see how that ends up going.
And I think the whole thing it's open. If you're a member of this station staff and you're listening and you're at home, you want to come in and talk, feel free. People are going to be calling in. There's some people. I'm sure the listeners, you guys had so many people who didn't get a chance to tell their stories. There's so many.
And we apologize for that.
So many stories, though. How could you get them all in one day, Steve?
People have been, and you said yesterday, Preston, and we're going to ask you, please understand, there's a lot of juggling going on. We understand that you want to, the whole purpose is for you to be able to express your feelings. We're going to continue, and if we didn't quite get you today or late, maybe you can get on later on or tomorrow, but we appreciate you understanding that everything is sort of in flux right now.
Sarah Parker wanted to share a story with us this morning.
Yeah, I'll make this quick. I mean, so many thoughts and stories to share over the coming days and weeks, but you were talking about how Pierre was late or barely on time for Connor's wedding a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I wanted to tell the backstory behind that real quick. So he was on the air that day. It was a Friday. I was filling in for Brent after that. And I knew Ryan was off because he was officiating the ceremony. And I knew that Pierre had to be downtown by 5:30 for this wedding ceremony. 5:30. I got him out the door. But before I did, I'd had a really rough week. I don't even remember what was going on. But I told Pierre, I was like, man, we all love being here at WMMR, but as with any job, there's some days you just don't want to. And that was one of those days. But I said, I'm going to step up to the mic, I'm going to smile, and we're going to get through it, because that's what we show up to do. And he agreed, and then he was on his merry way. I'm doing the show, and I get a very sweet text that says, you sound great today. That's proof that all you got to do is smile. And even if you're not feeling it internally, it's coming out and you're making other people feel better. No. And I'm reading this incredible text. And he also ended it by saying, thank you for all that you do, which meant so much. And the timestamp was 5:26. And I knew that the ceremony was starting at 5:30, which meant he was still in his car listening to me. And I said, thank you so much. And, I'm always happy to be here, even if it's tough. Now get to the damn wedding. We got you out the door on time. What took you so long? You probably had 5 different stops to make, maybe a workout at the gymnasium. Who knows? But it's, you guys have done the impossible task of just dipping your toe into the legacy that is Pierre Robert. I commend you. I know you're hurting. We are all hurting, and I just want to say that I'm so proud to be in this room with all of you.
Oh, will you hang out with me today?
Of course.
Okay, good. Yeah. So I've got one more. I'm enlisting
co-pilot.
Co-pilot, and whoever else is in the building, feel free to come on down to the Pierre Robert studio.
Got plenty to choose from. Marcus is right behind you.
I might just do one gigantic Grateful Dead workforce block just for you guys.
There you go.
Yeah, it will be music heavy. It's delicate to do this at any time, but especially during Pierre's time slot. Yeah. And as you've reiterated, and we will continue to reiterate, we don't have a lot of information right now. We don't know what we're going to do. No one expected this at all. So
it's just like the 70s at this radio station.
We're bringing it back,
knew it was
baby.
Coming next.
Throwback Thursday. So a lot of music. So sharing memories, and also if you would like to request songs, we'll take that as well. The text, the phone, Instagram, all that.
Yeah, it's we don't know where we go at all from here. What's going to happen? I don't know. It's not time to worry about that. Rodney Bird, who I was just talking to, obviously our engineer extraordinaire, was yesterday. We were talking to him. We were flooding him with questions about what about these events coming up? What about that? And he's like, you know what? Let's not worry about that right now.
Yeah.
He's like, because we have work to do. We have an operation to continue. But he's like, let's just get through the weekend. Let's live with this for a little while, and then we can start to figure out where we go from here.
Exactly, because the conundrum here is that it's family. You're all family.
Mm-hmm.
And the truth is, a lot of times, our charge is to help you get through tough times, which is our, complete honor to be able to do so. So this one's a little tougher to figure out, but we'll do it, and we'll do it with your help.
Yep. Kevin Gunn?
For those of folks out there listening, we know that Pierre made a difference in your life. And I just want to say that his main mission around here and out there was to tell everybody that they made a difference in lives all the time. He would, like Sara just said, he would come up to you and say, you need to know how valuable you are. You need to know what a difference you make. Thanks for making such a difference. Mm-hmm. And since he himself made such a difference, I would say maybe that's the mission. Maybe it's to go out and tell somebody something nice, to compliment somebody who wasn't expecting it, who may need it more than you ever know, and to just do something nice and pay it forward the way Pierre would. Tell somebody who makes a difference that they make a difference. There's just not enough of that in this world.
It's a wonderful idea.
In addition to that, maybe today we can all be Pierre Robert. We can all be out there doing good in the world. Yeah. And it's a real good thought, Kev.
Nothing would honor him more.
I know. That's the best thing.
We do, and like I said, I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we do. We've got to plan something down the road. We have to have a gathering. So we'll start getting some ideas together about something like that.
Let us know your suggestions. We do have some ideas.
You never know where the best ideas come from, right?
So one of the things we do need to do, because we're going to wrap up, is we do need to do our letter of the day. Now, this might seem a little weird, but Pierre is going to give us our letter of the day. We have our Word of the Week prize, which is tickets to see Rush. And so, as I would say, and I haven't heard how this is going to play out. Do I have the right one queued up?
Yeah, this is you talking first.
All right. And, I need to do the letter intro. So it's me talking first? Okay, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter.
F, give me an F as in fantastic.
And there it is.
Oh, my God.
I know. So we will give away that prize tomorrow. Rush, the 50-something tour, Friday, August 21st at Xfinity Mobile Arena. Tickets to both shows go on sale tomorrow, noon. Ticketmaster. And for all ticket information, including the presale, you can go to WMMR.com. I want to thank everybody who came by this morning, especially the friends that we don't see as much anymore. Kevin Gunn, we love you. Thank you. Bill Weston. Jason and Pancake and Sara and Marcus and Ray and Jacky Bam Bam. Oh my God.
Ryan.
Ryan Shuttleworth.
All the producers, man. That was a great segment you guys did. Thank you.
And also local media, the various stations. That
thank you to all the television stations.
Very respectful and very sweet.
Covering all this, and thanks to Brent from Shinedown, and we had
Nick from Cage
Elvin. Thank you very much. And Dave Uosikkinen, who checked in as well from the Hooters. And we may have some more musicians tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're gonna find out how
Jen
it plays.
Scordo stopped by. Nick Murphy stopped by. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Yep. And tomorrow we'll play clips and continue to honor our wonderful friend. Our program, The Preston and Steve, is brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. Also, The Preston and Steve Show and Duncan runs on The Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan, and by the Back to the Future, the musical, November 18th through the 30th at the Academy of Music. Tickets, ensembleartsphilly.org. And by the way, speaking of I mentioned the Academy of Music. Thank you so much to the Met and the Fillmore, and the Xfinity Mobile Arena for putting those wonderful words up for everyone to see. It means so much. So we love you guys. Ray John, have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow on the Preston and Steve Show. Bye-bye.